PKA 682 with our guest Mint Salad. Taylor?
This episode of PKA is brought to you by PharoDistro.com, Lock and Load, and Merrick Health. Merrick Health. We'll hear more about them later. Mint, thank you so much for joining us this evening.
Hello. Hi. Nice to be here. How are you? How are you doing?
How long is our no girl streak on this show? Is it a decade?
I'm counting Finster, goddammit. Finster's a girl. All right. Finster
I'm doing solid, Mint. To answer your question, thank you for being so polite and joining us. I'm sure a lot of our audience isn't familiar with you. Can you give us a rundown on the kind of content you make and how you got started in it?
Okay. So I do daily movie reviews, and I also do daily sets on Fansly. Where I started, though, so I am from the Dick Show side of things. I started listening to The Old Biggest Problem in high school, and then I caught up to where I caught up to the Dick Show in like June 2019. I was like, oh, there's a bunch of drama that I missed. And I was a fan of The Biggest Problem. I was a fan of the Dick Show. I started doing thumbnails for him.
Oh.
And through that, I was able to do I was able to do art for Who Are These Podcasts and Hack the Movies. In particular, Hack the Movies is why I do daily movie reviews now. A fun story. I was supposed to watch the first Power Rangers movie. I was supposed to review it on a show. I did review it on a show, but I fell asleep during the movie. So I walked on to the set. Yeah. And I walked onto the set, and I was being asked questions like, "Oh, who would win in a fight, like Rita or like some Mortal Kombat character?" And I picked Rita. It was like he would ask me why, and I'd produce quotables like, "Oh, because of the quick kickiness." Like I didn't know what was happening on the plot whatsoever, and I did such a terrible job on that movie review that I just felt I needed to redeem myself. I just went ahead and started my own movie review show. I'm currently 500 days in a row straight of movie reviews, and that's what I'm doing right now. And my career goal is to be a colorist for comic books. You know, because of I've just been doing art all my life. I'm an artist. I just knew that I always wanted to be an artist, but I didn't quite know like which direction to go, so I learned how to do all of it, the line art, the coloring. It wasn't until last year that I really looked into comic books because of the whole Eric July drama, and I was like, oh wow, colorist, that's a whole career field. This is what I want to do.
Is colorist the same thing as animator?
No, animator is an animator. You draw each frame. And it's just, there's like also different jobs for the animators too. You can do the keyframes, and then you have the in-betweeners. You get like character designers, and then also colorists and background artists for animators. They're all different jobs. I thought that I wanted to be an animator. I learned how to draw based off of cartoons, and then I was like, okay, animation it's time consuming, but I really thought that I wanted to do animation. And then I got into comic books like pretty recently, like within like the last year, and oh wow, sequential art in comic books, and I don't have to draw each animation frame of like their movement. I always found that to be like the hardest part of animation is just having to draw it over and over again. It's just still being like consistent, and also like with the line art, and also being like all dynamic and such. And but like with comic books, you can still have that sequential art, you can still tell a story, and you don't have to animate the in-betweens. And colorist for comic books now.
So how does a colorist do that job? Like I'm so old, my initial thought was it involved like markers and shit. It probably doesn't. It's probably iPads and like e-pencils.
SketchUp, I think it's called, right?
So I actually, there's a few ways. You could do the traditional method. You could print off a piece of paper and then color onto that using specific pencils, markers, or whatever. Or you can do the digital way, which I'm going to do. I'm actually a digital artist, so I know how to digitally color, digitally blend stuff. Like I can do watercolor traditionally, but I just prefer to do digital because it's just it's what's the word for it? It's not
easier.
Is it because you can erase and edit and do it more than once?
Yeah. You don't have to dedicate yourself to a line stroke that you do. And like, oh, if you messed up, then you can just hit undo. So you can have the perfect product out there if it's digital, like the perfect colored thing if it's digital. And that's why I like to do digital, because then I can really control how much colors I use and where the colors go. That's why I'm doing digital coloring.
Okay.
So, and that's my projected career path.
Are you working? I see you're wearing the super killer hat. I know that's Vito of the Dick Show, or of The Biggest Problem. He's been on here a couple times. Are you helping with his project at all?
I did a trading card for his campaign. Like it was a stretch goal to do trading cards, and I did one of them.
Okay.
And that's the exposure that I have to like comic books, like working on comic books. And anyone who wants a coloring job, who needs a colorist for your comic book, hit me up. So
hit her up. Her links will be below for colorist needs. So
yes, you
got into the colorist thing. Do you do like gaming streams or any other content?
I do gaming streams sometimes. I mostly focus on the daily movie reviews and also my daily sets that I do, and also draw and color. That's what I'm focusing on right now.
Okay. So you haven't missed a day in almost 2 years, a year and a half?
Yeah. 500 daily movie reviews straight right now.
There's no way that you have had a list of like 800 movies that you like were excited to get to. How many movies in before you were like, oh God, all right, this one, Ninja Turtles 2, Lost in New York, or like just some nonsense thing?
I know. It's really helpful for like, I have the audience request movies. People can request movies on my patreon.com/ASC presents. They can request movies, and then that opens my mind to movies I never even thought about or even heard about. Because when I started doing the daily movie reviews, when I started doing the Min-Salad Saw stuff, I know like almost no movies I saw, pretty much. Like my entire life, I was growing up drawing, just focused on drawing, ignored all the movies, ignored all of the social stuff, just was drawing. Mm-hmm. And then when I went on the Hack the Movies show, and he just knows so much about movies. He's seen like thousands of movies. Like, wow, I know nothing about movies. And then I just felt I needed to learn more about movies, because also what's helpful about watching movies is like shot references and like helps with shot composition, value work, very important in movies. Ever since I started watching movies like more dedicatedly, I was able to really pinpoint what makes a movie like good in the picture of it. Like values really help, and I was like, oh wow, what's missing from my artwork is the consideration of values. So I've incorporated that into my coloring.
I don't think I understand what we're talking. Consideration of values. What does that mean?
Pretend none of us know anything about art at all.
Oh, okay. So values, it's like white, black, in between. That's the value scale. So the white is the whitest part, black is the blackest part, and then the gray is in between. Those are the values. So like light gray, dark gray, middle gray. That's the values. So
we're talking about the videography of a movie right now.
Yeah, that can apply to like pictures, like a photograph. How how much black and how much white there is and how much gray tone there is like, that's the value work of a piece. And then in translating that into color, it's a little bit harder to consider value work in color if you're also not considering how it will translate in black and white. So, boy, I'm just realizing I know so much about art. How do I explain all this?
It's a series of grays.
Yeah, series of grays is a good way to describe value work. Values are important in media because it helps establish the tone. Like if you have a darker picture of a movie, the values are going to be generally darker, and it's supposed to establish the like a mood of a movie. And also if you have a generally dark picture and then you have some white, bam, your eye's gonna go towards that white because that's the first thing that your eyes will see is the contrast between the heavy contrast, and the white will just be there. Your eyes will draw to it, and
they do that with focus too.
Yeah, like focus poles too, to establish like what you're supposed to be looking at first. Oh man, there's a lot of movies that do this well, especially older ones like Citizen Kane. Understands values very well. Like
I tried to watch that when I had to watch Citizen Kane when I was like 14 in this high school throwaway movie class.
Yeah.
But because it was school, it was almost like I'm not paying attention. Like I'm not like it was all we were doing in the class. I was only 14 also. And I remember not thinking it was very good, but maybe now as an adult, if I went back, I would enjoy it. I'd have to, even if I didn't, I'd have to pretend to, because I feel like that's a mark of a dullard, someone who's like, I don't get it. What's the snow globe?
Well, I mean, it's also from a different time. It's from like it's from so many generations ago that it's kind of weird to watch. Yeah. I'm not a big fan of Citizen
Nazis.
Kane.
weren't even on the horizon.
I love
it's number one on tons of lists like all time.
Yeah, there's a reason for that.
Actually,
old timey shows, I can't get past the acting. It is by today's standards terrible, right? Like
it's not natural.
It's not
natural.
It's
what stage acting, theatrical acting,
and like before there was video, and they just did like TV acting, and they sort of overdid the voices and the accents. I'm a gangster. You see,
that's exactly where I was going. Like James Cagney, like coming in the room. All right, you listen up, you. You gotta go up there. You gotta do what I say. All right, and it's like. This is not how any humans anywhere have ever conversed. But then you skip forward to The Godfather, and they're having these quiet conversations over a table, and so slowly the train overhead, the roar builds as the tension builds, and you watch Pacino's eyes, and it's like, I like this. This is a good movie.
I think they're going to look back at today's movies and say, I can't get over the terrible audio. They're going to say you cannot hear the characters. You have to watch 2020s movies with closed captions on because the audio is inaudible.
I bet they'll make fun of like the ratio of CGI that there is to non-CGI, because like it's almost like in Lord of the Rings when that came out, it wasn't even that big a deal because it was like, yeah, of course they made armor for all the Uruk-hai and all the orcs, and of course Aragorn's armor is real, and Legolas is, and Gimli's holding a real axe. Like that's just how you do it. And now in the world we live in with like Marvel movies and everything, people look back at Lord of the Rings like, can you believe they made all this stuff? Like 20 years from now, I bet they look back on like the silly superhero fights and are like, look how lazy this was.
I have another one. I bet they look at the length of the shot. Like if you look critically at a show nowadays, the average length before a jump cut is something like 3 seconds. It's just jump. And I get frustrated. Go on.
Yeah, with older movies, there's a lot of like you mentioned, it was like a stage play. I actually like that aspect of older movies because it feels more lived in. There's not as many cuts between like a scene. Maybe it'll cut away to show something very significant, like someone's doing an action, and then it'll cut to them just doing the monologue, and there's a lot of camera movement. It feels like they're in the scene, versus now modern movies, they're so heavily reliant on CGI and just so many cuts, and it's just so hard to pay attention to. Like even with the with the weird accents that Kyle mentioned. Like, I get that. It feels to me, it just feels that older movies, they were definitely trying a lot harder to do like a stage play, make it so the movies are, it just feels more lived in. And so because of that, I believe the movies more. I just take the word for it that these guys sound goofy, and that's just the world. There's just so many people that
everyone's
sound
from the
goofy.
North Atlantic. Like, how they all sound.
Yeah. But specifically Citizen Kane, though, the reason why I brought it up is the shot compositions are so perfect, and it's so intentional, and you can only do that like with the camera. Like, I'm thinking of a particular scene at the very beginning where there's a shot of a boy through the window, and we have the adults talking within the cabin, and it's just so shot up perfectly. I'm like, whoa, this couldn't have been done unless it was rehearsed over and over and over again. And I feel like now modern movies, if they tried to do that, they would just have a green screen through that window, and then they would place the actor digitally, like in the green screen window, and just feel a little bit fake. I just feel there's so much more artistry with older movies than there is with newer movies. Of course, there's CGI and such, and there's just so many digital artists that they hire. And I'm glad that they're getting paid and being fed, and I'm glad they're getting jobs. I just personally like the stage feel of movies more in the olden time.
Yeah. I mean, do you agree, disagree, Kyle? See, Kyle's our resident movie aficionado expert. I personally, I've seen dozens of films. Don't mean to brag. But
did you see
maybe
did you see Thanksgiving, the Eli Roth horror movie that just came out?
No. Oh, I wanted to.
Yeah,
it didn't actually come out in theaters. It didn't come out in theaters near me, so I would have seen it. I've
got it on Plex. It's actually really good. All right, really good. What it is, it's Scream, but with a Thanksgiving twist. And Tim Dillon's in it. Like he's the security guard who's like cowardly and fucks
comedian?
up. And then,
oh, that's fun.
Yeah.
That's fun.
Tim Dillon's there at the beginning, and he's like, "All right, stay back. Fuck. No." And then the crowd gets aggressive. It's a crowd outside of a Walmart during Black Friday, and the Black Friday thing goes crazy, and people are getting their faces ripped off and stomped and killed and everything. And so the mystery killer comes back the next year to get his revenge at Thanksgiving. But it's all Thanksgiving related stuff.
That happens all the time at Black Friday. People get their faces ripped off.
They used to
go to Black Friday.
Do you remember? Like, there was a period from like 2009 to 2013, I feel like, where people were getting physically fucked up at Black Friday every year, and then slowly Cyber Monday, took all their momentum, and now people.
That's why I was training those years.
That's why you were training, so you could fuck up some retard on the way to grab a terrible quality, low refresh rate 42-inch TV.
In real life, pub stomping. It's the Walmart waiting line.
Woody doesn't even leave with anything in a cart. He's just there for the raucous fight.
He's got his hands taped.
Popcorn.
Yeah, Woody's there for the love of the game. He's like, no, I already have a new, better TV arriving in 3 days off Amazon. I'm here to beat your ass.
Why is this guy in line at 4 a.m. with a lawn chair and a mouth guard?
Yeah, why's he got a mouth guard?
Yeah, people could just wait for Cyber Monday.
It's better
now.
Like,
so
it's
much
weird
better.
to me that the retailers don't want to get that foot traffic, and because I remember the first big one was when the first DVD players were like $25. Like, they had been hundreds and hundreds of dollars, and suddenly it was like, hey, buy this little piece of shit. It plays DVDs and it's $25 at 8 a.m. or 7 a.m. whenever they open. And there were crowds. There were people getting their asses kicked over fucking DVD players and screaming, and like I miss that as a spectator.
Did you ever go to Black Friday?
I've gone to some midnight releases, but never like a Black Friday. Like, I've stood in line to be the first to, or one of the first to like get at a thing, but never like
I went to a Black
the
Friday,
doors open,
but I
for
wasn't there
line.
for the doors open, like you said. So by the time, like, the only good sales were like power strips that aren't really surge protectors. I'm like, oh, I don't even want this. This is terrible. The TVs are gone.
Did the deals used to be better? Or have they always been like scam deals, and the consumers just got better at it? Because now
it would be better.
It was a different kind of scam. I half agree with Kyle. Like, they were great deals, TVs that they probably sold at a loss, but they had 6 of them. That's why everyone was in line. And then everyone else all day long, do you still have the TVs? No, of course not.
They would hype it up with things like they would make it so the first 50 customers got a free thing. And now you've got people chomping at the bit just to get into your store. And, the free thing's $4 to you and $10 if they actually bought it. And they're going to go buy some candy or they're going to go buy something. It's I don't know why they don't do it anymore. I want to watch. I don't care about the deals. I want to see the fight.
Maybe it was the fights.
Go participate.
Did you see they're now doing like Black Friday weeks now?
Mm-hmm.
Just the entire week of Thanksgiving. Oh, Black Friday deals.
Online.
A whole sales event now.
Yeah.
Car dealerships.
I think they're trying to reduce the violence, but that's the entire point of Black Friday is to see them fight over TVs.
So they think if they can break up one major day of war into 7 minor skirmishes, then they can prorate the violence level in a more appropriate way.
Yeah. They don't have to pay they don't have to pay any money to anyone who gets injured in their stores. I think they're trying to avoid that now.
I wouldn't participate in Black Friday, but if I were ever just driving down the street and I saw one of those like Target lootings going down, I might pop in. If Target's already being looted, everyone's stealing stuff. I'm going to be a very minor scale looter. I might steal a couple snacks, something like that. I don't know, because I assume the good stuff's going to be gone, right?
I just get soaps.
You get soap? You'd steal soap from the...
I'd steal soap and toilet paper and paper towels. You know how much paper goods are these days? Of course
you steal. It's a riot, not the apocalypse.
Do you grab like an extra large trench coat and try to convince them you're 2 people on each other's shoulders?
No, you wouldn't have to. They're going to be distracted trying to be a defensive lineman to stop the guy who's using the Home Depot style roll cart that's got 7 TVs. Meanwhile, Mint has got $35 of paper goods that are taking
walking out pretending she's pregnant.
Yeah, and no one's going to stop you.
No one is ever going to suspect. No one is ever going to suspect a thing. No one's going to look at me just taking whatever I need for my household. So I'm stocked up for a year. Yeah. I don't think anyone who's rioting who doesn't take these things, I don't think they got their priorities straight. They need to prioritize the taking all the paper goods.
I'd still be too big of a baby, I think, to actually go in and mid riot steal stuff. I would still be thinking about it enough internally to be okay, I'm just another guy with 9 Xbox controllers walking towards the front of the store, and I'd stand by an unoccupied checkout for maybe 2 minutes, and then visibly look aggravated as the mayhem's happening, and then walk out. I was trying to pay. I was trying to
look at the camera and go, "I'll come back."
Yeah,
I'll come back with money.
Put it on my tab.
Exactly, and then I get to go out there and poach my Xbox. I imagine that's probably a good high value item, right? If you're going to go in there and rob
controllers,
Xbox controller, electronics,
laptops.
Definitely not food. Oh, laptops. That's probably good. You got to be quick if you're running into a Target, because I don't even think they have a big electronics department, do they?
Oh, dude, the most depressing thing. I saw a photo from a Best Buy, because haven't been in one in a decade. Haven't been in one in a fucking 15 years or some shit. But I saw a photo of one, and my God, they were taking all of the physical media out. They're the middle of Best Buy, for you young whippersnappers, used to be just aisle after aisle of Blu-rays, DVDs, and every other format of music and video. Just aisle after aisle of it. Video games, obviously, like that's where you went if you wanted a real selection of games. If there wasn't a GameStop.
I remember feeling cool, but picking up a CD that said explicit on it, and I'm like,
that's where I got my Eminem CDs. I corny me was a huge Eminem fan, and I don't want that Target version. We got to go to Best Buy.
Yeah, he's the red warning.
Yeah, they took all that shit out because. But then on the other hand, I keep seeing, I think it was PlayStation that did that thing where people who had purchased movies or media, TV shows or what have you on the PSN, they were just changing those libraries and you were losing access to content you'd paid for. So you've bought the movie, quote unquote. You own it, quote unquote. And they're like, we're removing it from our servers. So wait, I own that. Yeah, but we don't want to keep paying the licensing fee to the company that let you own it. So fuck you. And all of a sudden we've kind of come full circle, and I almost want to get some fucking Blu-rays, not only because of what I just said, but because with some of the shows that I like are a little bit edgy, like It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia, South Park, and stuff like that can be a bit irreverent. And over time, we've seen they go back and like, oh, you can't do that joke anymore. And it's like, well, good, because we're not doing it anymore. We did it then. Yeah, but I don't want anybody to see it anymore on
You can't
Paramount
even laugh
Plus.
at it anymore.
And they just removed the episode.
And they just removed the whole episode. And so there's a handful. I could name them. There, one of them is the Jihad episode, I think. There's definitely the South Park where they show Muhammad.
The Super Friends. Yeah, they got rid of the Super Friends.
By the way, every other god and whatever is represented. Like Vishnu is there. That elephant thing is there. Like fucking Buddha, Jesus Christ is there. Everybody's coming together to do like Super Friends.
Geshi, the elephant thing. Am I close?
Oh, I don't know. That's
Vishnu.
Ooh,
okay,
sounds right.
I know my Marvel characters better than my Hindu
I think
characters.
it's Vishnu. I think Vishnu's the elephant, multiple arm woman, or maybe it's a man beast.
Which one has the extra titties?
Oh, there's a good deal of them.
Oh,
I think they got hundreds of gods.
Mint, if you would it be preferable to have 3 breasts or 2? Like if you could be the one girl who had 3, would you welcome that?
Yes, of course.
Right?
I mean, an extra tip to squeeze. Although bras would be hard, but that's the only issue.
You'd be able to afford custom bras.
Yeah. So I followed your link tree, and I see that you're on OnlyFans. What percentage are you? That's every OnlyFans person,
right?
Yeah, I'm on Fansly and OnlyFans.
OnlyFans too.
At least top 5%.
Okay.
Yeah. Oh, I actually had a thought to what Kyle was saying earlier about the streaming platforms.
Mm-hmm.
With old media like The Twilight Zone, Paramount Plus specifically sucks at preserving The Twilight Zone. They have like the audio desynced. It's just like completely distinct audio, and it just sounds bad and muddled. And it's like, would much rather prefer physical media than just these streaming services. I feel like I've come full circle around to the physical media because I was
buying it repeatedly, right? Like, oh, do you want to buy Twilight Zone? Sure, that's a beta tape. And then it's a VHS tape. Then it's this DVD. Then it's a Blu-ray. Yeah. Now what are you going to play it on?
I got it. I just figured it out. I just cracked the code. So first of all, there's another instance where it's good to have physical media, and that's a property like Tales from the Crypt, where nobody knows who fucking owns it anymore. There's like, it's that Spider-Man meme in a circle where everybody's pointing at each other, but they're pointing at themselves. There's like the comic people, the artists, the writers, the multiple TV networks, major companies. You can't get it. So the answer is to pirate it on Plex, because I've got the Twilight Zone synced up on Plex. I've got Tales from the Crypt, all of them that were ever made in order sequentially, like right there. I don't know.
Rules.
The Plex guy's the man. We love you, brother.
Dude, I
my family knows about you.
I sang these phrases for like 4 years before you guys joined me.
Yeah, and now
they mocked me for being a pirate. I just fucking flew my Jolly Roger.
I want to see that meme of like
Plex
Dangerous Woody, and he's like, at first they mocked me, and then they joined me.
No, Woody was a first adopter of the Plex thing. Are you familiar with what that service is, Mint?
Only within the last year, because I'd look up movies that I need to watch and it'd be like free on Plex. I'm like, oh, okay, but I have other.
Okay, so let me give you the nitty gritty here. So the idea, it does that. It is just one of those apps that streams movies. You can buy movies
like
there,
with commercials on it.
Or I think you can like rent movies without commercials, perhaps on there too. I could be wrong. I think no. My experience is the commercial thing, and they're free, which is fine.
That's how they do.
But the real cool thing is that it has this feature so that you can kind of have your movies anywhere, and you just add a bunch of accounts to it. So we all have all of the movies everywhere. So there's pages and pages of whatever we want for free.
There's a person who watches the show who has a Plex server. He puts, his movies on there, but he's a fan of the show. So Kyle will so much as mention, like, I watched On the Waterfront again. And sure enough, that's added like the next day, for anyone who's interested in the show and a thing that Kyle mentioned, it gets available.
I'm saying I'm such a simpleton with it. When I got added to the server, I remember talking to Woody and Kyle where I'm like, this is incredible. It's replaced all my streaming services. It's free. You can watch anything, even if it's still in theaters, and it's totally legal. And Kyle and Woody were like, we were like retarded. Like, this is absolutely not how you're meant to use this.
It's like we're all in an alley doing lines of, we're all in some room upstairs doing lines of cocaine, and Taylor's like, oh my God, why have I never heard about this shit before? Give me some more. And, it makes you feel good and wonderful.
It's legal and it's healthy. It's none of these
but
things,
in a straight kind of way. And I've got energy and it's legal. And we're like,
keep it down. Don't talk about it on your fucking podcast.
I gotta look into this. I have physical,
bro.
Yeah, I do have physical discs of all of the Twilight Zone and also Columbo, because the streaming services fuck these perfect shows up with their audio desyncing with all the platforms.
What's the best episode of what's the best episode of Twilight Zone? I actually have watched a lot of that show. It used to be on like Nick at Night back in the day. I love Twilight Zone.
Out of the ones that I've seen, since I've only seen actually up to 19 as of this episode. See episode 1 through 19. I really like shot an arrow into this sky. Is that what it's called? It's shot an arrow into something.
Into the air.
Into the air. Thank you. Shot an arrow into the air. I love that episode. I love the twist. I don't want to spoil it.
Not where.
What'd you say?
Is that it?
It's a poem. It's I shot an arrow into the air. It fell to earth. I know not where.
Oh, I didn't know it was based off a poem, but that's even cooler. Man, good art. I love good art, man. It's so good.
Did you do any of those posters behind you, or are those just art that you liked?
This is Ethan Van Sciver art. I'm a really big fan of his art, so much so that I have the posters here. Colorist Kyle Ritter did this. It's just beautiful. Like, okay. Yeah, the kisses of appreciation to the art, because Ethan Van Sciver has replaced myself as my favorite artist. He's so detailed.
Okay, Kanye. You know, Kanye had that quote, his greatest regret would be that he would never get to see himself live.
That's a shame. Yeah. I mean, I'd be that too. I'd feel like that too if I were Kanye.
Yeah, I mean, isn't he known for putting on great shows? Or is he?
Is he really? I don't know.
So I don't know much about anything.
I'm a very recent
Here's what I know.
I'm
same. He picked me up in the fall.
He picked me up in the fall.
Yeah. So I saw last night. I subscribed to a bunch of Kanye subreddits, of course. And they said Kanye it's something like Kanye does the best transitions, and it was him performing on stage and him it was an incredible performance. First of all, the pyrotechnics, the lasers, the fog, everything, the coordination, all the dancers and everything. It was more of it was like performance art as much as it was a concert. I went to an Usher concert one time, and his shit is also ridiculous. It's like a whole fucking, like, the stage morphs between songs. It becomes a whole new fucking thing. But Kanye, yeah, I don't know. I really enjoyed like maybe a handful of Kanye songs, but I've gotten fascinated with him during his mental breakdown period. Like, I'm more interested in, you know, like the nitty gritty of his life. And it's the more I learn about him, the more I like Kim Kardashian, because when you see like kind of behind the scenes, when she's not trying to project an image, you see a really reasonable, sensible version of Kim Kardashian who's like, Kanye, I told you, I don't want to do that. This is crazy what you're talking about. And then him just going off on a tangent of clear craziness. And it's, damn, she is the reasonable one. I didn't want her to be. I want Kanye to be right, but I think Kanye's
I like those clips of Kanye now. Where did you see the one where he's at like a private? It seems like a private kind of dinner party, and he's performing some music up there.
Oh yeah,
and clearly everyone's like, "This rules." Kanye West is going to sing a couple songs for us. And Kanye lures them in with the song and then just firing off about Jews.
Mhm.
Like
wow.
He coaxes them in with a
I
song.
wrote this
and then
one
he's like,
about the evil of the Jews.
Yeah. And
In
now
the night
we're gonna take 8 minutes in between songs now for me to talk about some theories. And it's like, all right, go off. And everyone like is like after a couple minutes is like, man, please go back to singing. Like, you're bringing the vibe of the whole party down.
The only thing that I've seen of his concerts is when he was in Paris. He played that like Paris song 14 times in a row, and I thought that was pretty epic. Because like that's the song you would play in Paris because we're in
probably
Paris.
Just once.
No, 14 times.
14 times in a row.
Yeah, if it plays, it stays. Everybody's still cheering it. You just keep going after it. I don't know what he's up to now.
Oh, you do? We just followed him.
I totally forgot. He's with his.
He got remarried.
Yeah, he's with his smoking hot Italian wife.
She's got the. Oh man, I saw like it was a video of her a couple of days ago, and she had the amazingly obscene tops that I would want. Like I would want to wear that in public. I want that top actually. I do appreciate how much it like lifts her tits. I'm like, wow, those are that's a miracle strap that's on her right now. How does this stay on?
Yeah.
Like glue?
You're enjoying the you're like watching an engineering marvel. We're just
what you don't see. So it's again green screen. There's some wires that they cropped out. They had an artist come in. But above her is a couple of marionette artists making her titties look like that. Because there's no fucking way those 12-pound jugs are that like.
Oh come on! Don't say things like that. You told me I was a dickhead for saying that Santa wasn't real as a kid. And now you're coming in here saying, "Oh, the gravity-defying tits." That can't
Taylor
be
makes
right.
a strong point, Kyle. Kyle, you don't have a leg to stand on.
That's Santa hatery as an adult.
I also didn't believe in Santa as a kid.
Right.
I never believed in him.
You got robbed of it too? I never got that chance.
When I was here's when the Santa thing was ruined for me as a kid. So when I was in foster care, I was with a foster parent who didn't really care about what she got for me for Christmas, but she did care enough to take me to a Santa Claus. She was within earshot that I wanted some purple boots, right? And then I got a train set for Christmas. I'm like, Santa's not real. If Santa was real, he would have gotten me those purple boots. No, none of that. No more Santa Claus in my life. But I had a lot of people try to be like, oh, but Santa's real. I'm like, no, I've already been disillusioned.
So he missed one gift and you shut it down?
Yeah.
I need to know more about this foster life thing. So were you a foster kid all the way through 18? Or did you?
So I was with my birth parents until I was 5. I went into the foster care system for 19 months. I got adopted when I was 8. And then from 8 to 18, I lived with my adopted parents.
Did they foster you first?
They fostered me for like a month. And then they're like, okay, we're going to adopt you. And I was like, okay, that works. And then the whole entire
You weren't excited? There was no teary-eyed Christmas letter with papers or something like Reddit?
Not really. I just was excited that they had dogs. And so I was like, I'm going to pet the dogs. I'm going to learn how to draw dogs. I'm going to hunker down and just draw dogs while they made all the paperwork to adopt me. I was just like, dogs, did I get to pet the dogs? I was so distracted by the dogs.
I have a question.
They swept up and adopted me.
Answer truthfully.
All right.
Of the foster parents you had, are the ones that adopted you the ones you wanted to adopt you the most?
No.
Okay.
No. The one before, I was really big fan of my foster parents before the ones that I got adopted. They were too old though. Then they already had like 7 foster children to take care of. Yeah. I didn't hear what you said.
So he said that's what you want. Old ones. Like
I want old ones that
they can't discipline.
You can get away with murder.
Well, not only that, they'll be gone soon, and it'll be. Oh, this is my
it's an investment
house now.
Strategy.
Yeah, you just keep cashing their checks. You know.
Like they were they were very nice to me. Like the older lady would brush my hair, and she's like, "Oh, you're beautiful." Just brushing my hair, and I was like, "Oh, that's nice. Ah, yay!" And then the ultimate betrayal of my trust from her was when she sent me off to another foster home. Oh. And then I was like, dang it. I really wanted to be her foster child. Be adopted by her.
How does that work? Do they just like put your backpack out on the stoop and like it's a dog with like, God, get out of here. Get out of here! telling you to run down the road,
rock.
Find a new family.
Like Harry and the Hendersons.
Yes. They told me about like a couple of days beforehand, like, okay, you gotta pack, you're leaving now. I'm like, oh, that's sad. Where am I going? Well, I got a new foster family, and it's like, meanwhile, like without talking to me at all, they're like talking to to the social worker about a month beforehand. Okay, we can't take care of her. Can you please put her into a different house? Could you do that for me, please? And then they'll do all the stuff behind the scenes while I'm oblivious to it because I was 7 at the time and I was only interested in dogs and drawing.
Were you hard
dogs.
to take care of? Is that what they were saying with that?
I don't know. I don't think I was, but that's just me. I mean, as an autistic youngin who wasn't diagnosed autistic until I was 16, I was just really quiet and also ran up the stairs like a dog, and they didn't like that. I kept doing it.
How long took them that long to figure it out?
What would you say?
She's nonverbal and she goes up the stairs like a dog. You don't think autism, do you? No.
Well, with all the foster families that I was with, they were like, "Oh, I think she's autistic," but they never sent me for a diagnosis, like ever, because they just didn't want to deal with that. I guess.
Where'd you get diagnosed? Was it the state, a private doctor?
It was a psychologist that my adopted mother took me to. She looked into psychologists who can diagnose autistic people. And okay, fun story. I walk into the psychologist place and I'm like, I'm not autistic. Because like
you
before this, I was like, autistic people are weird. I don't want to be autistic whatsoever. So I go in and then she's like, okay, here's some tests. What would you do if you were to brush your teeth? And like, oh, well, I just like mimic it, like, and then do the brushing of the teeth, just follow her tests. And she's like, well, you're autistic. I'm like, damn, even when I'm trying not to be autistic, I still come off as autistic.
Do you have any idea what you got like wrong about that?
She said the way that I was mimicking the action with my hands. And
that's what I immediately, you mime it. Like she didn't ask you to mime it, did she?
No, she didn't. I just mimed it. It was like, because it was easier. It was easier for me to describe what's happening if I'm miming it or like visualizing it and then like describing that picture versus just like coming up with words off the spot. Then it would be harder for me to just come up with words on the spot if I wasn't miming it. So
my
I think
son is autistic. He's not as high functioning as you are, but my son is autistic. He's 20 now. And at first, as parents, like, I guess we kind of pushed back against that diagnosis. We didn't want it to be true. And they'd say, all right, he's autistic. Look at the way he's playing with these toys. And he has like, I don't know, 30 Matchbox toys. And he would do what they called fluffing them. Like you put them in the air and stir them like you were trying to get the salt in your popcorn. Oh. And it's like, okay. So you're supposed to play toys like that, I guess. So I'm out there teaching him how to play with Matchbox cars and shit like that. And then the next time we go to the doctor, he's going to pass this fucking test, right? So he gets the toys and he lines them all up like there's some sort of traffic jam. And they're like, no, that's not right either. And it's like, fuck. He did the opposite of the other thing. He still didn't have.
Did you try and
trick
him?
Going for a ride?
Be like, doctor, just out of curiosity, how would you play with the toys?
I wouldn't. I'm a doctor.
Teaching him autistic, which might be a loss
for children.
He's like, well, I'm a doctor, and so I would also pile them up.
Suddenly he goes, Mr. Woodward, would you play with the toys for me? Exactly. Right. Play with the toys.
I do remember going to rooms before I went to the person who diagnosed me autistic. There was like a transitionary period between being in the foster care and being adopted, where I had to take these speech therapy lessons, and they had these toys in the waiting room, and I would make these toys like perfectly symmetrical, like even when I was younger. I was like, oh, that's definitely a tell that I was autistic, because I was so focused on making them symmetrical, and they couldn't physically be symmetrical because of the way it was built. So it was always like freaked me out, and I would melt down because they can never be symmetrical. I guess that's also a tell that I was autistic.
Well, I feel like because I used to like making things symmetrical as a kid, but I'm not autistic.
Yeah.
Like, I think because if someone were to knock my stuff off, I see those faces.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah, like I wouldn't have a meltdown ever if like someone came and knocked my symmetrical thing over. Like, what kind of meltdown were you having?
Oh boy, I would just like scream and shout and be like, "You're messing up my thing! God dang it!" And also another story: someone stole my spot on this particular jungle gym, and my reaction was to bite their leg. I bit their leg instead of be like, "Hey, can you get off the thing, please?" I was like, "Oh, you stole my spot!" And then I grabbed their leg and bite into it. That was like my first reaction.
How old were you at the biting age?
I was 9.
9. That's past biting.
All right.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think it's that bad though. Like I thought she was gonna say like 17 or something. like
was this also one of those things where like you hadn't been in your spot on the jungle gym for like a 24 since like the previous recess, and then someone else, some unwitting girl, sits in your spot and you go over guns blazing?
I think I was actually sitting in there for the entire recess. I got up because the teacher called me to do something. I went back outside and the person was in my spot. And I was like, "You're in my spot, chomp." And I just bit their leg.
Did you draw blood?
No blood, but I did get suspended for half a day because it was a Friday. I was like, yes.
Half a day.
Yeah, that's
half
actually
a day.
That's not a negative at all.
Yeah.
Are you totally attached to your routines?
Yeah. If I don't do a particular routine, like workout, watch movies, and then wash my face and take a shower and then get makeup ready. If I don't do this by a certain time of the day, then I'm just going to be like, I'm going to be fully tilted. I'll feel terrible. I'll be like, "Oh no, I'm not productive at all because I'm not adhering to my schedule 100%. And then I'll be prone to freaking out more because my schedule isn't being adhered to. Like, I would just start yelling, crying if I'm not adhering to a schedule, or if I like just start feeling weird, and like the tension of not fulfilling that schedule just builds up more and more and more. And because I like to just keep all of my emotions just hidden down, because I don't want to like disturb people with emotion talk. And then until I blow up, I'm like, I'm having a terrible time. You know?
Yeah.
Yeah. That's how I react to not being on routine.
At the end of the day, I have a conversation with my son, the same one, for like 800 days in a row now. We have the same conversation. Yeah, it goes like this. He comes down, he says, "Dad, I watched a movie." I say, "What movie did you watch?" And he gives me the name of it. And I'm like, what's the genre, right? Was it animated? Was it horror? Whatever. Because it ends with me guessing the length of the movie. I ask what the genre is. I might ask him the streaming platform, and I ask him what year it came out, because movies are getting longer. And then I guess the length of the movie. And we do that every day for like 800 days in a row now.
Have you ever nailed it?
Oh, yeah. I nailed it twice in a row this week. Yeah.
Twice in a row. Colin, that's going to be 122 minutes. And then
I do it with hours. Like 1 hour, 22 minutes, and 1 hour, 28 minutes. I got it twice this week in a row.
Damn.
Nice.
You got to gamble. Take advantage of this hot streak you're on. That's a fun game. Like, you do talk with your...
No, it's not. It's like, all right, Woody, buckle up. He needs this.
I'm
thinking of the 2 victories. I'm not thinking of the 798 defeats.
I was actually having an autistic meltdown right before I did the Star Wars video.
Okay.
And I was also on 4 tabs of... Yeah, I was on 4 tabs of acid because I was having an autistic meltdown. I was just so upset. And I was like, I just need to get this energy out, and just like screamed at the camera about people should not watch the new Disney Star Wars because it's such a pet peeve of mine now because there's so many YouTubers who talk about, the new Star Wars sucks. But Disney knows this. Disney knows that there is an entire economy talking about how the new Star Wars suck, how the new everything Disney sucks, how the new Marvel sucks, and they're banking on them, and they're just perpetuating the economy. I'm like, I just want good art. I want good art, and Disney knowingly is not producing good art because they'll know if they produce bad art, it'll be talked about more. And so I was just like, stop watching Disney Star Wars. It's all just going to be trash and sucked. And I actually haven't watched the new Disney Star Wars.
I have my own theory.
Episode 9.
I think what happens is people love Star Wars. They fall in love with Star Wars when they're age appropriate for that Star Wars. So like me, I'm so old. When Return of the Jedi came out, I was the right age for it. So I was like, Ewoks are fucking dope, right? They take off people on those flying motorcycles in the woods. Like, this is awesome.
Yeah.
You watch it as an adult, and it is the dumbest teddy bear movie that's ever been made. But I was the right age for it. Well, the second set, the original trilogy, whatever they call it,
prequels.
The next 3
prequels.
Oh yeah, prequels. Thank you. You know, a lot of guys in like the rest of you other 3, like your age group, kind of maybe nailed the prequels or were somewhat close to it when you saw that.
I watched that 13 years old in the fucking theater with my boy. His mom was cool enough to drop us off.
Mm-hmm.
We had watched we'd been talking about the original trilogy. We watched that shit, and we're like, all right, let's do this. What is it called? Wow, it's the first one
Clone
with little
Wars?
Anakin.
The Phantom Menace.
Phantom Menace, yeah.
Yes.
Oh my god!
The
Even
pod
as a
racing
13-year-old, the
like
part
it?
comes. So the pod racing, as a kid, I liked.
Yeah,
as
that's
an
cool.
adult, I think why are we doing this? There's
It's
no
the
reason
best
for this to
part.
be happening.
It's
It's
as
the
a
best
kid,
part
you
of
love
the
it.
movie.
As an
Yeah.
adult, I was so jaded. I was like, even on my first viewing, I was like, they're clearly making this for the video game revenue that comes after this movie, is what I was
Sure.
thinking.
But
Yeah.
that whole movie is rather upsetting when you look at it objectively. You could break it down scene by scene, but one of the things that annoys me is that they took Anakin and left his mother to be a slave on that fucking desert planet. It's like, did you pull up in a chrome fucking spaceship like gangster as fuck with the queen of a planet? You tell me nobody here's got enough credits to buy an old white lady?
They
Come
don't
on.
want her. They don't
What
want
the
her.
fuck?
Fuck her.
And they left her there. And if you don't know what happened in the second movie, she gets kidnapped and raped almost to death by like desert Wookiee people. Those
Someone gets
glowy eye
raped to death in
motherfuckers.
Star Wars.
Anakin's mother gets raped to death.
I
in
forgot
Star Wars.
about
and
that
then he
part.
And Anakin-
loses his shit. And
Yeah.
that's when he comes back to Padme and he's like, "You don't understand. I didn't just kill the man. I killed the women and the children." And that's when she should have been like, Obi-Wan, it's happened. Directive 37. And his head should have came off from the
Instead, she's
exploding
like, I can fix him.
Mm.
a troubled,
Biggest mistake.
sexy Jedi. Just what I always wanted.
Do you think a
There's
big
some-
problem with it though was that Hayden Christensen is a really bad actor?
Very flat. He was too flat. You needed someone who was likable. Like, you don't like him. So when he falls, you don't even care for his sake. You care for everyone else's sake.
Mhm.
Like everyone else has had to deal with Darth Vader now, and you're sad and upset about that. Like, she's lost her husband, they've lost their father, he's lost his best friend, the Jedis have lost their hope. But you don't care about Hayden Christensen's character. Like, he's just so flat and dry, like the set, and he's just not a very good actor. He's better now.
I don't know what he's in now. I like
me too.
Star Wars.
The
The
only
same
part-
fucking thing.
Yeah.
He's come back to play
Is
the
he?
character.
Wait, really?
He's yes. Yeah.
Huh.
In the Obi-Wan series. Not like first
Okay.
his like helmet gets like damaged, and there he is, Hayden Christensen in there, and he's like in the suit. Like
Oh
acting.
wow, Wow.
It's I don't
that's
care.
cool.
I think Kyle, you hated the new Star Wars as well, right? And I think you guys were a little more split.
So the
on
only
it. I don't think
Star
either
Wars
of
that
you
I
did
really
much.
enjoy, I love the animated Clone Wars stuff. I think it's fantastic, and I
Mm.
love Rogue One, the movie. It's a standalone movie, Taylor. It's like a prequel. It's just about a little ragtag group who goes and steals the plans for the Death Star and sends them to Princess Leia. So that's the thing everyone's chasing in the very first Star Wars movie. Those plans.
Yeah.
So you get to see the secret agent kind of shit that got it. But spoilers, At the end, everybody dies. The Empire like nukes the site and kills everyone, but they get the message out with the plans. But everybody dies, and it's like,
but they couldn't stop the terror cell.
I wouldn't be surprised if today's kids grow up, get a little power when they're like 27 years old, and then they stand up for the most recent trilogy and say, "Hey, I liked it." Because
that'd be weird.
I love when that purple-haired lady just broke all the laws of like Star Wars and like, fuck you all, I'm gonna fly my ship at light speed into the Empire and destroy it. And it's like,
yeah, right. We could have done that all this time.
Kyle, I have a question. What do you think of the narration of the Clone Wars? I tried to watch the Clone Wars animated series when I was like 16, and binge watching it was so annoying because of the narrator in the first 5 minutes and the last 5 minutes.
Yeah,
what do you think of the narrator?
First of all, when you watch the animated one, you have to go online and find the correct order to watch them in because they're out of order even on their site. Yeah.
Oh, geez.
But on top of that, I find the narrator annoying. For those who don't know, it's like a 40s style kind of like the guy would come on and tell you what was going on in the Pacific. Our boys are making steady progress across the Pacific. Japs are falling back. The dirty yellow cowards they are. But you get that for the Clone Wars. Inexplicably, for this futuristic Star Wars thing, they just come on, General Obi-Wan Kenobi, afraid that General Grievous would know his secret plans, hides amongst the Wookiees. And then you're like, why is this the voice? Yeah. Why didn't we just hire like one of the original people to be Harrison Ford? That would be excellent. Yeah. But anyway, I'm not a fan of the Star Wars either.
I wish they had somebody doing a Rod Serling impression for the narrator of the Clone Wars, because that would just be easier and on my ears. I'd be like, oh yes, it's like the milky voice.
Smoking that cigarette while he does it.
Yeah.
We need more. There should be more smoking in movies and TV. And it seems like
that's one of the things that bums me out about Sherlock. So I know Woody's been watching BBC's Sherlock with Cumberbatch and Martin Short or Martin Long or whatever his name is. The little fellow that plays Bilbo. Yeah. One of the things that irks me is he does, original Sherlock, of course, has the Sherlock Holmes pipe. We even call it that. He's constantly smoking because the nicotine is fueling him up. And our Cumberbatch guy, like BBC doesn't want him smoking, clearly. That's clearly what it is, because he's just always like covered in nicotine patches or like wanting a cigarette. And it's, this guy would smoke. Let him smoke. I would love it if he was chain smoking cigarettes the whole time. Or if every time it was a different kind, like a hookah one day and cigarettes the next.
Am I crazy? He smokes sometimes?
Very occasionally. That's how they know
a special event. And they make it, usually it's there's someone else who smokes and he joins them.
Sure. Yeah. But
it's great.
I didn't like
people
that.
Look
I enjoy
cool
that show a lot.
when they're smoking cigs.
Yeah.
It is unfortunately true. Yeah. I swear, if you want like a really cheap and easy way to make someone cool in a movie, you give them a cigarette.
For sure. Like
not in real life. When I see someone smoking a cigarette in real life, it vibes low income to me. But when they do it in a movie, it vibes cool.
What about a cigar?
I'm different depending on the physical or the physique of the person doing it. If you're like a big fat slovenly guy smoking a cigarette, I'm like low class trash. But if you're like fit, or if like a hot girl is smoking a cig, I'm like, man, the class.
Yeah.
Predator opening scene. Arnold and his boys land on the helicopter on the beach. General looks through the fucking curtain. There they are. It's fucking Dutch. Everybody else gets off the helicopter. We pan in on Arnold, who's sitting there smoking his stogie in that red polo shirt. Fucking huge, ripped, straining every thread of that thing. The stogie looks so cool. The stogie looks so fucking cool.
Dude, it doesn't matter how much you love cigars in real life. When I see anybody with a cigar, it vibes to me like a pretender of some sort, like a guy who's putting on a show. Like, oh, look at me, I'm a cigar guy. Shut the fuck up. No, you're not.
I've never enjoyed a cigar. I mean, I've had people give me cigars at like live shows and like, here's a cigar, and then I take a puff. I'm like, why do people enjoy this? I don't understand. Like, I feel the need to inhale the smoke. Apparently, you're not supposed to inhale the smoke on a cigar.
Nope. No, you're not.
Oh, what happens if you inhale the smoke of a cigar?
You get
just a lot of nicotine, right?
Oh.
Isn't that why?
you'll probably get sick to your stomach. Yeah, it's too much nicotine. It's too harsh as well.
Do if you don't inhale it? What's the point?
The nicotine gives you a rush. It's like a head rush. It's and a cigar like that is like a big head rush. Those things are wrapped in
tobacco leaves.
Tobacco leaves. And the whole fucking thing. So like when you're smoking a good cigar and you're just puffing it into your mouth, you're absorbing it sublingually, like, you know, into your mouth and getting that nicotine hit like that. Arnold's made the case that it's, you know, healthier, obviously. I think he finally quit, maybe. I don't remember.
It stains your mouth with the flavor of the cigar for like 30 hours.
Wow.
Like that's your, like, not, and it's not even like a good taste. Because like every time I've smoked a cigar, it's like with my dad on some golf trip or something, and he like breaks out cigars, and I don't want to feel left out. And then I smoke it, and it takes fucking forever to smoke it. And you get like a third of the way in, and you're like, my God, how much longer is this going to take? And then all the food you eat for like the next 30 hours tastes different. It's a filthy habit. Just smoke cigarettes like an adult.
Yeah, I don't like it either. I'd rather just smoke a cigarette and get a nicotine rush.
I've never smoked a cigarette.
Never?
Never.
Plans to start?
No. Okay. When I was 2 years old, I saw my birth father smoking cigarettes. I never really liked the smell of them. I didn't like that he did it, and I didn't like that he smelled like cigarettes. So I made a pact with myself. I'm never going to touch a cigarette, and I haven't since then.
Nice. You're on a good streak, a lifelong streak.
Yeah. I mean, I know there's different tastes of cigarettes, but I just don't like the smell of them. If I want nicotine, I prefer a vape, but also vapes are weird. I have a weird relationship with vapes. If I picked up a vape, I'm like, oh, I like the head rush initially, and then I kept smoking the vape. Then the head rush, whenever I would hit it, would be less and less, and it's like, oh no, I feel a dependence. I don't want to be dependent on this, and then I just quit. That's
a good habit to have. You start consciously noticing that you're getting addicted to it, and you cut it out. It's easy to not do that. I'll say it's easy to just keep being like, oh, nicotine. I want this. I want it. With
how many things though? I was talking to someone about TRT the other day. That's testosterone replacement therapy for men. And they were like, yeah, but then you're dependent on that. I'm like, dude, how many things are we dependent on that we have to do every day?
Water.
So many.
TRT.
You don't
sleep.
You don't have to keep getting those contacts in the mail. Like if those contacts stop coming, like it's a problem. Like lots of people have lots of things. Caffeine. Everybody.
I wouldn't say I'm addicted to corrective eyewear.
Do you get headaches?
I think you are. I think you'd get headaches without it.
You're dependent upon them. You're dependent upon them though. Like, do you get headaches if you don't drink caffeine?
No, I do not.
I don't either. But I know people that do.
People do.
And
I feel like you have to drink a lot of caffeine to get to that point.
If I drink coffee for let's say 5 days straight, and then I stop drinking coffee, I will get a headache, maybe 4 hours, and then it will go away. So I do get those headaches. I totally get that. Is there like another substance that you get a headache, just a regular headache, if you get rid of them, like other than water?
I mean,
skipping water will fuck you up.
Lots of withdrawals from a lot of things give you headaches.
Alcohol is apparently one of the rougher withdrawals.
Nicotine.
Yes, you can die from alcohol withdrawals, and it's one of the interesting things. I bet you both know this. They keep like Miller Lite at the pharmacy locked up at the hospital. They've got cans of beer in there. So if someone comes in and they're going through DTs and they're dying, there's nothing in a syringe to fix this. There's no IV bag to hang. Get that man a Miller Lite. It's Miller time.
I'd love to see some guy in the emergency room turn their nose up at Bud Light. Be like, what am I, fag?
What am I, faggot? I'd rather die.
I'd rather die. He's shaking his ass off.
He slaps it out of her hand.
I think that alcohol and benzodiazepines are the only things that you can die in withdrawal from. Like I know like heroin is a horrible thing to withdraw, but I don't think it can kill you.
I got a thing. Woody, you're Philadelphia. So I've been watching the guy from Channel 5 News. Remember he had that sex assault allegation a while back, so he really toned things down. He's all gas, no breaks.
Matt Lauer.
He broke off and did Channel 5 News. He does YouTube videos recently where he goes to like the scummiest places in America and kind of gets the nitty gritty on the drug use and the street crime. He was in San Fran for a while, and oh my God, it's wild out there.
So I don't know what you're talking about, but I have a question. Did he go to Kensington and Arlington?
I don't know what those places specifically, but I'm only 5 minutes in. I had to go shower and like do some shit and then come here. But I'm saving it for it's Andrew Callahan, I think maybe is his name.
Yes. That's
anyway,
his name.
Thank you. Man, 5 or 10 minutes into the Philadelphia episode. So Trank is the thing there. It's like xylazine or something. What it is they're adding in this animal tranquilizer that's used on everything from mice to horses. It's like the go-to, I guess, into whatever drugs they were already doing, and it's called Trank. But the thing about that xylazine or whatever is something about the way it constricts veins or blood vessels. It ends up leading to a lot of like fasciitis, like rotting flesh, and like they have these ulcers, opened oozy wounds on their shins and calves and stuff. And also when they're on the drug, like when they're having fun, they would say they look like zombies, like bent backwards, like in weird contorted ways. It's impressive that they can hold that position. It's like yoga,
like the heroin stances, like those like weird, almost falling over.
Yeah. So apparently they showed some statistic about like apparently a large percentage of the overdose deaths have had Trank, in the mixture, because it's like a cocktail, I guess, of that xylazine and maybe heroin and maybe even some fentanyl that they're shooting up. And Jesus, they all had dirty needles. The one guy had a needle like behind his ear. You know how you throw like a pencil or cig or a pencil. Dude, no cap on it.
Ooh, that's got to be pokey.
Yes, it's pokey. And he's asking this one guy's got stores all over his face.
Dude, that part of Philadelphia is underrated, right? Everyone knows about Detroit. A lot of people know about bad parts of San Fran or St. Louis, but the worst parts of Philadelphia rank with anywhere on the planet. I had a friend who was friends with a cop, and he was like, "Where's the worst place in Philadelphia?" And he's like, "K&A, the corner of Kensington and Arlington. The prostitutes there will do things for less than $5." It's like, whoa, what a fucking metric.
Wow.
Less than $5.
Yeah. You wouldn't
inflation proof.
Mitt, how much is your Fansly?
Starting price is 10 at the lowest tier.
So yeah. Some self-respect.
I actually stayed.
You won't find her on K&A.
No. I stayed in a really terrible place in Philly because I don't know Philly, and so there was the Who Are These Podcasts, the Dick Show live show there, and I was like, okay, well, I'm just gonna pick an Airbnb, and I ended up picking an Airbnb in the top 5. Like the 5, it was like number 5 on the highest crime in Philly, and I was like, "Oh no!" Okay, so here's how the Airbnb was: 3 separate locks, a lock on the door to get into the Airbnb, and then a lock to get to the floor where the Airbnb was, and then a lock to get into the actual Airbnb. Yeah. And there was a camera within the living room of the Airbnb.
Yeah.
And I was like, this is insane.
There were cameras in every room.
I'm sure there.
That's just the one you saw.
Yeah. There was a
that thermostat.
That's for wide. That one's for wide shots.
Yeah,
establishing frames and such.
And it was pretty ridiculous. There was just like people walking, like jaywalking across the street all the time. There was a lot of people who were. It seemed like they were bugging out. Like they would be like acting pretty erratically. I was a little bit scared, but
Atlanta is more violent than druggy.
Be. Yeah,
like when
drug addicts.
Sometimes I'll get off. I'm bad about missing my exit. Like. I'll do it a lot. And
driving Mach 1 when this happens?
I go pretty fast. They don't pull you over for speeding in Atlanta. And I'm past my court
Good to know.
So now it's like, you're going to write me a ticket? I'll pay it. I haven't had one in 12 years. You'll probably let me slide. So I'll drive like 100 pretty regularly. Like that's kind of my cruising speed. And never been pulled over.
That's insane. Those are motorcycle rules.
It's kind of my cruising.
I promise you, like if you're on 285, it's a problem to pull someone over on that thing. There's nowhere to go. You get on that shoulder. Yeah. Hop out of your car, officer. And Indiana Jones side straddle between this 100-mile-per-hour traffic, because everybody's doing it in the fast lane anyway. Missed my and I went down a scary fucking place, but it was more like violent than druggy, you know, like it was more like I saw a lot of people on stoops with liquor bottles out in public, and I saw a lot of there was a lot of yelling in general. It was loud there. You ever go to a place and like you're just at a gas station making a U-turn? It's like, why is everyone shouting?
I have that experience.
You can smell weed in the air.
With LA, I was in a part of downtown LA trying to get gas. I pull into this gas station and there's just like 10 people just loitering there, and there's a couple having an argument, and like, I'm almost out of gas. I don't want to stop here because I don't want to deal with the people yelling. Like, I have noise sensitivity issues, so if I were to just be next to a person yelling, I just start freaking out and just like start stemming, and then people would be like, "What are you doing, lady?" Also, my first ever experience being catcalled was in the same place in Philly that I stayed in that Airbnb.
Oh, like, that was a lot of memories. Yeah.
What was his line? What was his go-to?
It was just 3 honks in the
that's
car.
Respectful.
Yeah, that's like my only.
He just wanted you to get out of the street.
Were you standing in the road when this happened?
I was on the sidewalk, but so when I crossed the street, and then when I was on the other side of the sidewalk, just going to my car, he honked. Then he was crossing the street. When he was crossing the street, just going forward, and I was going towards my car, he honked again, and then he honked a third time. I think he shouted like, "Hey, mama, you look good. You look fine," like towards me. Around like the third honk, I was like, I'm just going to ignore it. I have other things to do. I'm not here.
Was part of you feeling like, yeah, I am killing it today?
Yeah, I was like, huh. I was just thinking to myself, this is the only time I've ever been catcalled. There's so many people. There's so many people who say it's such a big issue that people online say it's such a big issue with them. But personally, it's only happened to me once, so I don't know. I don't know what type of people are catcalling these people.
Do you go out a lot though?
Not often. Yeah. But when I'm in the big city, I dress up. I dress real sexy. My ass is hanging out. The only thing that's obstructing my ass from the real world is just some lime green fishnets, and that's just how I'm looking. So I mean, I understand people honking, catcalling me. I expect that.
You really can't say much, can you?
You're walking around in lime green fishnets. They're honking at you, and you're like, what about how I'm dressed tells you that's the kind of attention I'm looking for?
Her shirt says honk if you love titties. It's
it's like I'm wearing stuff like that, and it was like the only time where I've been catcalled. I'm like, huh, maybe I'm not going out enough. Like, I only go out whenever I'm doing like big events. Like if there's like a live show, and I go to the city and I walk around. Also, I walk around in groups too, so that also helps.
It's probably a good idea.
Safety, yeah, definitely.
You look tiny, like somebody could snatch you up and run away with you.
Aren't you 5'7"?
I am 5'7". I am fiercer than I look. I will bite. I will kick. I have 4 years of Taekwondo training underneath my belt, so I know how to kick. And I know how the best place to punch someone is in their penis.
There you go.
Yeah.
So
unless they're in the cock and ball torture, and then you're in trouble, madam.
No, it's still the best place.
Just in case, I think you stick with the group plan. You know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I stick to
so you still do Taekwondo, or you're out of practice?
I'm out of practice. I did Taekwondo from first and second grade, and then 7th through 9th grade. That was when I did Taekwondo. I still know the basic fundamental stuff like stance and the kicks, because I've done it so many times. I just know how to do it intuitively.
What would happen if a man tried to pin you down? Would he be in deep trouble, you think? Or
yes, I'm slippery. I would flail my arms around.
The windmill, right?
I would do like, woo.
Yeah, that's often seen in the UFC.
You know your taekwondo well.
I have a daughter, and it's a balancing act.
Whoa, we better get out of here. This bitch is trained.
It's like you want to, on one hand, let them know they're a strong woman who, you know, has like, I don't know, worth and strength and you know, don't back
Agency.
down. On the other hand, but don't really do that. That's not a good plan.
Bring a gun. Just
Yeah,
be
right?
safe.
If you can run, if you
Yeah,
can
and-
run.
Yeah,
Do you have a
wanna run.
gun? You
I
can-
don't have a gun. No.
You got to get
Aren't
strapped
you in
up.
LA?
No, I'm in Kentucky.
Get a
Oh,
gun.
you're the only one without a gun. You're at a huge disadvantage.
Get away.
Can't you get like a mail-in concealed carry in Kentucky? Like, am I guessing?
I
You
actually
need
never
it.
looked
it's
into it.
constitutional carry. Just like, oh my god, just go
You
get
know-
one.
Right. There's really no concealing in that outfit. It's
Although-
open carry.
Although,
Laura Croft.
Ooh, Laura Croft is with a gun would
Yeah,
be
you
fun.
have to.
Fun cosplay idea, actually. But okay, my only exposure to like actual firing a gun, because
Mhm.
I don't have much experience firing guns, but I did have my friend Eric Wong, who is a gun instructor, teach me how to fire a gun, and I have a very fun story about this.
Mhm.
So I was being taught, like, okay, you have the proper gun stuff. Okay, you gotta all hold down, fire when you're ready. And when he said fire, I fired the gun. Before he finished the sentence, I said, I just fired the gun. He was like, oh, I wasn't finished with my sentence. I was
Premature
like, oh,
detonation. That happens to first timers.
yeah, I guess I was just really excited to fire the gun. But that taught me a lesson to not act immediately when I'm being told to act.
Do you
Yes.
shoot anyone?
I did not shoot anyone, luckily. He was out
Not
of the
that
way. Not that
Maybe you should get
time.
a gun.
Ooh, I should get a gun. I don't know much about guns, though.
Ah, you
I've
don't
only
need to know.
shot-
What's to know?
What's to know?
Kyle's a
to know?
subject matter.
Yeah, but you've
expert.
seen so many movies. Like,
Yeah.
Point and click.
Kyle, what gun would you put her in? The phrasing was stupid, but it, like a person.
You know, a little, you know, a trained young lady, I would want her to have like a compact Glock that fits her hand right and holds so many bullets that it's just
That she
a
can
noise
use.
making machine forever. So yeah, one of those little compact Glocks. I don't know the model numbers anymore. They introduce one every 2 or 3 years, and I don't keep up with it obviously. But one of the little ones that holds a bunch of bullets.
Compact Glock. All right, I'll write
Or
that down.
subcompact even, but you want a bunch of bullets. That's the main thing. Lots of bullets. in there.
9 mil, maybe.
Because you're gonna miss a lot,
yeah,
Yeah.
but you just need to hit a couple times.
or
That's
just
all that
keep
matters.
making noise. Like if you're still shooting, I remember those Derringer
Right.
pistols, those little breakdown things that you put 2 bullets in.
Yeah,
I was like, what are you doing with that? Like
I have one in
Well,
each sock.
what?
At all
What if you go
times.
bang bang and now you're out and they just start clubbing you to death because you tried to kill them or you wounded them with that piece of shit? I want so many
If-
bullets.
If you are
poke
in
you in the
a
eye with
self-defense
it, Darren.
gun situation, though, Mint, you can't be firing up in the air, or you'll end
No.
up like Boogie. You got to shoot to kill.
If I'm pointing a gun at somebody, it means I'm intentionally trying to kill them. That's the only reason to shoot a gun at point a gun at someone.
Yeah,
That's my
you don't-
intention.
You
Sometimes
don't
you just gotta
fire
put a
one
scare
across
into 'em.
a fifth grade playground just to spook Frank Castle.
Sometimes you just want to let them know you're serious, you know. So in that case, you'd point it out.
Would I hit them with the back of the gun first before
Yeah.
shooting at them?
Every time. See, that's called counting coup. In Native American tribes, that was one of the things you had to do to become a Great Plains chief. Had to count coup upon your enemy, ride up on him, slap the shit out of him, hit him with a coup stick. Those coup sticks
Ah.
are neat. But yeah,
Oh, I don't know what a
Sort of a
acoustic
non-lethal-
is.
yeah, it's sort of this long stick on the end. It's bulbous, usually wrapped in
Like a
leather, and
shillelagh.
maybe
But that's not a
like
rock
a
in the end of it?
shillelagh, a Native American shillelagh. Thank you. Yes.
I don't know what a
Yeah,
shillelagh
that could be a
is.
rock or some sort
It's
of
what,
cudgel-like implement
That's what
strapped with
Irish
sinew.
people
The
used to
end.
fight with. Just like
Yeah.
a hardened piece of wood.
And gangs
that
of
they
New York,
bludgeon each
What
other.
is
Dude
it
with.
comes
called
out-
again? Zach will pull up a picture. Oh, here we go. He's ahead.
No,
Ah, yeah,
yeah, that. Yeah,
Yeah.
that's
Yeah, you
a
could-
perfect weapon, actually.
You can fuck somebody
Yeah.
up with that thing.
Ah,
Yeah.
that's
Yeah,
so
right.
sweet.
Fuck up a lot of
Yeah,
women. with
yeah,
that.
you can fuck up a ton of women. With that.
Repeatedly.
I like how in your scenario, Mint, you seem like the primary aggressor. wanting to hit someone with your gun before you threaten them.
Yeah.
So maybe no
are
gun
you
for
mugging someone in this scenario? Is that what the gun is for?
Yeah, that's the ultimate benefit of a gun. You can rob any size man.
Is
that's a cool
that's not
stick.
how I imagined it, though.
That's not what I
It looks
imagined
like a
either.
candy cane.
It's like a stick with a rock strapped
In
around
the
it. Like
in the
a really
movies,
bad
they have
axe.
exactly, Woody. In the movies, I see this stick, and on the end, like I said, it's very ceremonial, feathers and such. It's decorated, but on the end, there's a hard, bulbous part that seems to be part. The stick was shaped like that to kind of cup something, but also there's been like something more like that.
Oh.
They ride along and they sort of do like an uppercut sort of whip, like slap the guy with it. That's counting coup.
I might
You
have
also
seen
had to,
that
like,
in
steal-
1883.
There was a guy who did the fucking. I don't remember what the other things you have to do to become a Great Plains chief or a Great Plains warrior or whatever it was, but he did them in World War II. He stole some horses from the Germans because that's one of them. You got to steal your enemy's horses. So he found like some German horses and ripped them off. Apparently he
As
rode
you
up
do.
and
Yeah,
killed counted coup on a German, slapped the shit out of him, and like rode away.
dude. If I were a soldier in war, in World War II, World War I, any kind of war where there's no chance my feats were being recorded, I am lying my ass off about what I achieve. It's like, Taylor, where'd you go? And I'm not going to tell him I was having MRE diarrhea just out of sight behind a tree. I'm going to cover myself in my own blood and be like, you don't even go over there because there's so many dead krauts in the
He was
fucking
such a coward. He got a little poop on me.
Yeah,
Have you,
he's such a coward. And look, he's got his vomit all over my shirt because he was so scared. And
You
how
really
much of a
fucked him
decent
up.
I am. I really fucked him up. They're like, all right, we're
Have
gonna
you
go
ever
confirm
seen-
your kills. I'm like, don't even worry about it. I'm not in it. I'm not in it for the accolades, boys. I'm in it for the discounts at rental car companies for the next 70 years. And Starbucks.
Have you ever seen Legends of the Fall?
No.
It's a Brad Pitt movie. Anthony Hopkins is and a couple other people are in it too. But basically, it's right around the World War I time, and this rich ass white family lives on their huge estate out in like Montana or something. And the boy gets in his head that he's going to go fight in World War I for freedom or whatever. And but he's kind of the bitch made brother. So Brad Pitt, who was kind of halfway raised by like an Indian chief, is like gonna go to World War I to like look after homeboy. Right away, the bitch made brother gets like mustard gassed and then tangled in the wire, and he's like blind. He's like, help. And the Germans like machine gun him up. Well, Brad Pitt loses his shit and he channels all that like savage Native American shit that is the other guy taught him. And he starts sneaking around at night and he jumps into the foxholes and kills Germans with his hatchet. And he's scalping them and cutting their hearts out and shit. It's crazy. He rides back into camp all like covered in blood with German scalps, and they send him home right away.
Dude, no one covers their face in like the blood of their enemies post AIDS scare.
Oh, it wasn't. No, it was the blood of his brother because he couldn't get his brother's body home, so he cut his brother's heart out, and he's holding the heart. Brad Pitt's holding this heart, and he's just having a meltdown looking at it. And he takes the blood and like rubs it all over his face.
That's
and then he
upsetting.
Goes, wow.
If someone tried to comfort me, they're like, your brother was killed in the battle, but here's his heart. I'd
Brad
be
Pitt
like,
cut it out.
What's wrong with you? Get out of here.
He mailed it home. He's like, sorry, Dad, I couldn't get like Billy out, but here's his heart. So you can bury it next to Sarah or whatever the fuck. But yeah, Brad Pitt goes hard in the paint in that movie.
It sounds like an intense movie.
It's more of a love story. It's
what?
Yeah, it's a big long epic with because there's a girl who's like the love interest of both bitch made kid and Brad Pitt at one point. This whole love triangle. It's a long ass movie, but the World War I stuff's awesome. Fucking 2.5 hours probably.
Oh wow,
nice and long.
It seems like modern movies are getting longer and longer.
That I agree with.
They are, and it's not entirely justified. That Murder of the Flower Moon, Killer of the Flower Moon,
Killers of the Flower Moon.
That movie was so much long, and it was an hour longer than it needed to be. An entire hour. Like it was. There was a scene I was watching. My brother and I were watching it, and like this scene came up for like a minute, like probably 80 seconds. That just showed a still, like slowly zooming in through a foggy window, showing a farm burning. And this is 2 hours and 10 minutes into the film, and you're like, Dude, you're spitting in my face right now, Scorsese. You know what you're telling me with this scene? You're telling me my time's worthless.
Every scene in the movie should be adding to the story, progressing the plot. It should mean a thing. You shouldn't get there and be so. No, maybe he had a purpose for that. I haven't seen the movie, but I think, but knowing Scorsese in his later years, Taylor, I would bet on you and say that, man, he probably could have cut 5 seconds of that 8-second hold on the fire away, and they'd have still understood that the cabin was on fire and this was a big deal.
Easily.
Right?
Yeah, we're not watching The Departed anymore from him. He needs to hang him up.
The Departed is such a gem.
Man.
Yeah, Departed was great.
Killers of the Flower Moon.
Dude, when they blow Homeboy's head off in the elevator, like 3/4 of the way through, it's just like, whoa, you can't kill DiCaprio.
That was great. It was out of nowhere.
I do have an opinion on Killers of the Flower Moon. I don't want to spoil it too much, but I will say this. There is no ending. It's just him coming up, and this is how it would have ended. Just it felt like, okay, so you give me a long ass movie and you're not even going to finish it. You're just going to tell me what happens at the end with a jazz band playing behind you. This was such a waste of time of a movie.
That sounds dreadful.
Are you watching mostly like great movies, or are you watching silly movies too? I guess you said Power Rangers. That answers that. I'm
watching a healthy mix, I would say. Some great movies, some movies that a lot of people have already seen that I haven't seen, like RoboCop. And just some classic movies, but also some really goofy movies. A movie that I watched recently.
Goofy movie, that's a good movie.
Poltergeist. Have you heard of that?
Poltergeist?
Poltergeist. Not Poltergeist. Poltergeist.
I thought you said it incorrectly, and it was going to let it slide. So as not to embarrass her.
Poltergeist? Was that like an anti-meat eating thing?
Poltergeist, Night of the Chicken Dead is what its full title is. And it's so weird. It's so goofy. It starts off funny, and then it goes into really gross, both gore and body humor territory. I'm like,
you want to recommend
the kind of movie my son would watch. I am instinctively asking you what year it came out and guessing how long it is.
You mean body horror or body humor? I don't like fart jokes I don't like fart jokes, but I equally don't like when the horror is, oh no, our skin's falling out, like Cabin Fever, where they get that like skin melty disease. I'm not into that. I'm not scared. I'm just annoyed.
It's more intense than fart humor. There's it's a very pivotal moment. There's this fat guy who eats this pulsating egg, and in order for this egg to come out of this guy's body, this guy just shits everywhere, and I hate that. And I'm like, I wish I didn't see this.
It showed him shitting everywhere.
Yes, it did. It showed him.
That can be on the cutting room floor. I don't even like those parts of Jackass where Danger Aaron or whoever poops. I always flash forward through those.
I skip the paper cuts.
I skip it too. I'm like, I know what happens here. I know what happens. I don't need to see it to know what happens here.
I've seen this little model bathroom before, and I know what's about to cover the entire little fake porcelain toilet. Is this a disgusting turd?
Yeah, it's I don't.
So
like
you don't like
what
was that? What's that guy's name? Cronenberg, is that right? Who does the crazy body horror? You don't mind that?
I've only seen The Fly. I've only seen The Fly. It's both gross and also incredibly impressive with the practical effects. I'm like, wow, this is
his
really
latest
done
movie
well.
is his latest movie. I think it's either him or his son's movie. They both direct weird shit. But Crimes of the Future with Viggo Mortensen was so like weird. It was just odd. It wasn't great, but it was well made, and it was this whole new futuristic dystopian world where the performance art was like open, like vivisection, essentially. Like so, Viggo Mortensen's deal is he gets dissected, opened up, and like his organs. Oh, that's the thing. He's mutated in such a way that he grows these mutated extra organs in his body cavity, and his female sexy partner cuts him open and removes them for like this audience of rich snobs. And it's really weird because they build upon the idea of the sort of why he's mutating, why people are mutating, It's pollution, of course, and
Wow.
And a few other like interesting concepts.
Did you get the feeling watching it that it was kind of like kind of like a smell your own farts kind of movie? Like it was really up its own ass with the artsy fartsy bits of it. There was nothing ever at stake. It was gross for the sake of grossness. I thought it was dumb.
I thought there were some sexy parts, honestly. Like there was what's the chick, Kristen Stewart is in it, and she's like, he's got this weird biomechanical chair that looks like a rib cage with legs that sort of feeds him. It jiggles his body in such a way that it like helps him digest. He's so mutated. This thing needs to like massage his midsection and
but it looks ridiculous.
Him about
like the mechanism ridiculous. By which it moves looks like the way, like remember Pee-wee's Playhouse, the mailbox. Like it kind of like
it's a little
saunters
silly.
in, sticks in. It looked ridiculous.
Kristen Stewart shows up and she's wanting to like masturbate in this chair. She's wanting to like have sex with them on the chair. Like the chair. It's this extravagant luxury that she's like, wait, she's there to repair something. She works for the company that makes them. She's like, you've got an L500 auto digester chair. And he's got all these gadgets because he's rich. It's a really fucking weird
I want
movie.
Woody to watch this movie because I know I know more than I've ever known anything in the world that he would be on my side that it sucks.
Oh yeah,
bad.
I thought it was bad too. After it was over,
I don't know.
I was
I'm kind of interested. Kristen Stewart does what?
I'm pretty sure she gets naked.
She doesn't even, or maybe she does. I don't remember.
Making her titties out. I think she lezzes out with the other repair lady who's maybe
is this a bad movie?
Oh, it's great. She's eating her butthole in the chair. You got to watch this movie.
Wow.
I do.
No, none of that's true.
Maybe
most
just the highlights.
Oh, damn it.
You had me. I was like, fuck, I guess I really wasn't paying attention.
You know,
you're like, there was analingus. What the?
Personally, I am more into movies like Yojimbo and Doctor Strangelove. I'm not really into gore that much, but I really do like movies where there's a heavy emphasis on satire, like Doctor Strangelove. Have you seen that movie?
Yeah,
I begged you to watch it and then had it put on the Plex for you about a month and a half ago, and you laughed in my face like usual.
I'm
and then
kidding.
I watched it.
I'm joking. I watched it. Just give me a refresher.
He didn't watch it. What do you think of George? What do you think of George C. Scott's performance? You know, he was good.
I thought it left a lot.
I love
to be
him in
desired.
Patton, but man, as the general, he was incredible, right?
He's more of a side character for me. I don't put that much stock into his performance.
Okay. Who is the guy? There was a guy who I forget his name, but he was both a military guy and he's also the German doctor in the wheelchair, and he was doing both performances so well. And there's really there's a guy who reminds me of Tim Robinson, actually, which is why I think I like the movie so much. There's a guy who he looks like him and he acts like him. I'm like, what is going on? This is from the 60s. How did Tim Robinson get here? You know?
He's the I think you should leave guy, right?
Yes, he is.
Okay.
Has
seen some
anyone
of
else
those
seen
films.
Goon? Those movies? There's two of them.
The hockey movies?
Yes.
I've seen both the hockey movies. Goon. I don't know. I think I've seen the second one. The first one's really good.
Yeah, I think so.
The first one is one of those movies that, like, when it came out, it got reviews where people were like, you know, this movie with its cast of retards is actually good. Like, check this out. Like, you know, I'm not going to win any awards. It's not Slapshot, but it's good.
You want to see?
I like it more. I like it more than Slapshot. The second movie, I thought, took the good elements of the first movie, leaned on them too hard to where it was like a little weird. Like, okay, guy retires, works at an insurance company. He's no longer a hockey player, and he's kind of struggling to find happiness. And his mentor auto asphyxiate masturbates, like he hangs himself while also jerking off in the
good time.
And I was just like, I don't know, they're pushing it a little hard, like the whole like raunchy. There's one guy who curses so much it's like a profanity Tourette's, and he can't say 3 words without one of them being bad.
I just remember that one scene
extra
in the first one being very funny where the goon like has to start rooming with the skill player, and he's like, it's like, there's one rule in this place: don't touch my fucking Percocets. Like, then that was it. Is that he was just a perk addict? And he was just like, there's only one rule: don't touch my fucking Percocets. We won't have a problem.
It was a good movie. I really like it.
What kind of comedy movies do you like, Mint? Or are you not big on?
It really is hit or miss with me when there's a movie that's labeled itself as comedy. I like comedy movies that are more satirical and comment on like society.
How did you like RoboCop then? Because that's what that is, huh?
I liked RoboCop. I felt like RoboCop was very, very actiony. Like I felt like it was more actiony than comedy in some aspects.
Oh, for sure. I really like the interspliced dystopian TV commercials. They're ridiculous. I like the Jesus allegory. So you've got Peter Weller's character getting crucified, being resurrected from the dead, and then walking on the water at the end before self-realizing and becoming Murphy again and not just RoboCop. But the satirical part of it, of like big corporate America taking over, was super ahead of its time. I think, because you have Globotech or whatever it's called. I'm spacing right now. Like they privatize the police force. They take over Detroit. They predicted the fall of Detroit, Detroit going bankrupt and everything, except in this world, it allows this corporation to just buy the city, tear the city down, and like put in their new high rises or whatever. But to do that, they first privatize the police force to drive crime sky high so that, every property values diminish and they can buy everything. I love that one. But Paul Verhoeven's really, I love the blanks. Starship Troopers is the other one that I would recommend if you're on a kick like that.
Ooh, actually, speaking of movies, what movie would you recommend me watch?
Starship Troopers is
good.
Because that's also Verhoeven. So Starship Troopers, based on this novel. I don't know if there are multiples of them, but the whole thing. Some people see it as a dumb action movie, and you can watch it for that. But the point is that we're looking at a Nazi future where not only has there clearly been some racial purification of South America, because we're in Buenos Aires and everybody's white, but also the military and veterans are in control of society. It's a totalitarian, fascist, military driven government, world government. And it's interspliced with those same sort of ads, but they're from the military. You're learning about the enemy, and the enemy is the bugs, the alien bugs that we got to go to their planet and kill them because they're trying to get us. And it's like, but they don't have spaceships. How do they? No, they're after us. They 9/11'd us, and they even have like a false flag 9/11 in the movie, and we've got to go get them.
Wow, it's like the real 9/11.
I think it was before 9/11. It was before 9/11.
They predicted 9/11.
They did.
Damn, Starship like the Troopers. Simpsons did. Some of those, have you seen those pictures they'll use sometimes? They'll be like, the Simpsons predicted this. And it's like, I get sometimes these can be fun, but like, don't include the 50 million stretch examples. Like, just include the good ones. They'll be a little more compelling.
You weaken your good cases when you add the bad ones.
Exactly. And it's like they've made 800 episodes. You're gonna be
heard of?
Like, they probably have a lower right ratio than fucking Alex Jones. Just going on ratios, because at least Alex Jones is right about like frogs and shit.
Have you ever seen Triumph of Will or heard of it? It's the Nazi propaganda film.
I have not heard of it.
Times. All right, so it's a Nazi propaganda film. So the only thing you guys don't watch it every Christmas. So but what you can take from it is you can see the parallels between that and Starship Troopers. It's like a shot. There are some shots that are just taken from that Nazi propaganda film to really hammer home if you've seen the Nazi propaganda film, like the formations.
What is it called?
Triumph of Will.
Triumph of Will.
Every actor in there that's it's about the Nazi military. It's like a propaganda film, but they're all like gorgeous Hollywood-looking actors, like blonde hair, blue eyes for every act. And they do that as well in Starship Troopers. So it's a really satirical. Fun movie because
I can see the cover of this movie, Triumph of the Will. They did not soft sell it. This is an intense looking cover.
Yeah, they're all
very
about
angular jawed German man, a lot of right angles.
Yeah,
the eagle, that's a good look.
And also, if you want a silly one, Samurai Cop is so bad it's good. There's they tried to do a Lethal Weapon ripoff, like old black surly cop, young hip white cop with long hair. And it's so bad it's good. Like it's terribly acted. It was written by a non-English speaker. and he wouldn't let them change the delivery of the lines. So you can imagine what that's like when they have to deliver these long monologues. Listen here, you son of a bitch. You come here to my American country and try to push your crime and drugs on my people. No more will I allow.
Got the Room vibes.
And you're just like, holy shit. And everybody's acting like it's serious. But the best part for me, little detail, is they wrapped shooting and homeboy cut his hair. He did have this long ass like hair. Well, we need to come back. So they put this wig on him that looks so bad. But Samurai Cop's free somewhere, I promise. And it's kind of known as one of the so bad it's good movies. Like it's The Room. That's the other one that's like the worst movie ever.
Yeah.
And then it's Troll 2. Troll 2 is the one where the kid like pisses on the dinner. It's fucking.
Have you ever actually watched all of The Room?
I have watched all of it.
None of it.
It's really difficult. Like, it's a movie that when you watch it, you know that it's like the worst tier acting ever. That one dude, like, oh hi Mark, like not emphasizing things correctly. He's like, oh, do you want to go to the roof and we can throw the football? Like just like weird cadences and shit. But if it was like a movie that you didn't have the backstory on and you just started watching it, it could fool you for like 20 minutes into thinking that it's like Primer, where you'd be watching everything like every iota of every frame has a meaning and something needs to be predicted before you realize that, like, wait a minute, this guy was playing a different character 2 scenes ago. This is a different man now. They expect me to believe that Adam is now Alan. Did they forget the names? And then his own voice is dubbed in over the entire film. And so you can see him like not quite meshing up. Like his laughs don't match up. Like, oh Mark, you are so silly. Ha ha ha. But like, in the audio, dude, he laughs more than that, and it doesn't.
It's so bad, it's good. I don't usually say that about movies. Usually, I think bad movies are bad. The Room is one that I enjoyed watching. Yeah, maybe it's the like fucking Sick Sexy.
when they play, like they go to the roof at one point. He's like, "Hey Chris, let's go to the roof. We can chat it out." And then they go up there and they're like standing 3 feet from each other. Yep. And they're both in frame and they're throwing the football maybe 30 inches to and fro with each other.
Because it said throw football back and forth. And
throw football back and forth. And then like the background, there's no movement. It's just a still of a foggy day in San Francisco or some shit. Yeah. Like it's so bad it's good. And I like those so bad they're good movies sometimes. The thing is, like, they can't try to have made it bad. They can't be like, get a load of this horror movie we're going to make so bad people are going to joke about it. Like, it needs to be a sincere attempt that falls flat.
Yeah, I promise you, Samurai Cop is that in spades. It's so bad. I watched it when we were in Colorado with Dirty, and we were just dying laughing. There's this one scene where like the nurse says his dick's not big enough. She asks him if they cut off too much when he got circumcised, and like they're like going back and forth, and there's no reason for this raunchy conversation to even happen. They're just in a hallway. He's a cop and she's a nurse, and and then they cut to the black guy, and it's a meme you've probably seen. He goes, he's like black guy with a mustache. He's like, ooh, she said like
getting spicy in here.
Oh yeah, wow.
Exactly. No, that's a really fun.
Well, as far as movie recommendations, Mint, have you seen Lord of the Rings?
Which one?
The whole gaggle, all 3.
I've only seen the first one.
All right. Well, then I recommend you watch the second and the third one, and that's about it for me as far as movie recommendations. You have to watch Lord of the Rings. The fact you haven't seen
the rest of the way. Just
no. Don't listen.
Oh, is it Walking Simulator?
No, it's the best movie series of all time, and I've seen dozens of films. Like it's far and away the best.
Are there any other walking films you enjoy, Taylor?
All 3 Lord of the Rings. Like, but you need the walking to show how far it is. Like, Mordor is not a hop, skip, and a jump. It was quite a trek. You can't
simply walk there, I'm told.
Yeah, Mordor, you can't just skip in there. You got to do.
Someone showed a map the other day, like super. Of course, they use the United States to compare, and show Frodo's journey. But it seemed like he walked from like South Georgia to like up to Missouri, where Taylor is, and then hung a right and went all the way to Kentucky. Like, it was a big, long thing, but it didn't take him years and years. The crazy thing about that they gloss over, thankfully, in the movie is they find the ring. Gandalf like tells Frodo, he's like, keep it secret, keep it safe. And then he goes to like Minas Tirith, right? Isn't he gone 18 years before he comes back and they like follow up on the ring?
Yeah, it's supposed to be like it's like 7 years or something in between the scene where Gandalf's like, keep it secret, keep it safe. And then like a huge amount of time passes. And they superimpose this. I'm gonna need you to send me this map. So I can take a look. Wow, Frodo and Sam absolutely mogging Bilbo's journey. Not even close, even though they got distracted there in the bottom. It looks maybe had to go around a mountain range. Yeah, dude, if you're doing daily movie reviews, you got to toss. There's 3 days for you right there. Fellowship, Two Towers, Return of the King.
She doesn't maybe want to watch 4-hour movies to get her review material.
I watched the first Lord of the Rings, and I gotta say, I watched the extended cut, by the way. Okay. Just clarify, and it was worth the 3 hours. I felt it used the 3 hours very well.
Agreed.
And there are movies where I feel like they didn't use the 3 hours very well. This movie establishes the entire world, and by the end of it, I'm like, oh shit, this is the end of the 3 hours? I thought it was gonna go on for longer.
Yeah. Like there's nothing wrong with long movies as long as it's a long story they're telling.
It pulled her in so much she didn't bother to watch the other two.
Well, she's just biding her time. She's going to watch the last two, and then she's going to come back on here again and be like, oh, Taylor, you were so right. I didn't even remember any of Kyle's dumbass recommendations. Lord of the Rings rules. It does. It's the best movie of all time. Not the best book of all time. We can all be real about that.
I've never read the book, so I wouldn't know.
It's a hard read. He is a bad author who thinks he can't make mistakes.
He's bad at pacing. His pacing leaves a lot to be desired. He clearly needed more editing. He needed someone in his ear being like, hey, this world you're building is awesome, but these 30 pages in a row talking about the flora and fauna of the Shire, we got to move past this a little faster. Can you get to the action? And then sometimes he would do something that I rip on George R.R. Martin all the time, but something that George R.R. Martin doesn't do is like breeze past battles. Like Martin will spend way too much time on feasts and shit, but he'll spend enough time on a battle usually. Lord of the Rings like is aggravating as shit sometimes because it'll be a huge build up for some battle, like particularly at the end of the first book when they fight the Uruk-hai, and it's like, oh, here it comes. You know, when you're reading a book and you're like you start turning the pages faster because you're reading faster because you're anticipating the good part showing up, and then it's like, oh, that was 6 pages. There's 45 pages of lead up, 6 pages of fighting, and now 4 pages about how bad it is that Boromir died.
What's the spider's name?
Shelob.
There are 3 or 4 pages describing that it's dark out on the way to that battle, and you try reading 4 pages of it's darkity dark, it's so dark you can't see your feet, it's so dark you can't see your hand, it's so dark you can't tell where you're going, it's darkity dark, there's no moon out, it's dark, and I'm just like, good fucking Lord, I get it I got it a long time ago. 1 page was more than enough.
Oh yeah, he does do that. He dwells way too long on certain things, but overall, like, it's carried by the fact that it's an incredible world and the story itself is so good.
He invent a lot of like what an elf is, what a dwarf is.
A lot of like the reason he or a stated reason that he wrote Lord of the Rings initially was he was like, oh, so much like King Arthur style ancient like English lore, like fables, legends, myths and stuff. He's like, we've lost so much of that. I'm going to make a new one. I'm creating a new kind of mythos lore of England and all this. And so he got way too into some parts because his goal wasn't just to write a book. He was trying to like flesh out the world in a really thorough way, which he did. But yeah, not the greatest book.
I heard I said I never read it, but the only thing that I heard about the Lord of the Rings books is that it takes a lot of time to describe the world, like you said. And I find that to be actually very useful in a book. Like, I haven't read that many books, but with some books, some authors don't take enough time to describe the world that we're living in. So I get confused a lot. But I feel like having Is it wrong to have too much detail or not enough detail?
Yeah, I'd rather have too much if it's between too much and not enough. But like something else that Tolkien does a shit ton in those books is something that I know like more artsy people probably like it'll just break from the story and be like, and then Frodo and Sam sang a song, and it's just like a whole page of like a song he wrote or like poems he wrote. And so anytime I'm reading those books or rereading them and I get to one of those like specially indented, formatted, like this is a poem section, skip it. I skip the whole way past it. Which amounts to probably like 30 pages of Lord of the Rings I haven't read if you were to prorate it, because he did a lot of those. So you're not a big reader, except for comics, I assume? You're big into comics, right?
I'm just now getting into comics this past year. What really helped me get into comics was the whole Eric July thing, mainly because his Iceland just is bad art. And so I was like, man, this sucks. I gotta look into comics that are good. And through my reading comics, I'm just discovering a lot of really good comics. Getting into Shotgun Samurai, Wanted, The Walking Dead. I'm just looking at a few that I've started to read, and I'm just like, I'm doing a daily comic book review on forcanorsake.live, which is why I'm always getting into so many into comics, because I'm doing the daily comic review on top of the daily movie review. But also I have a thought, non sequitur to comics, but it's based on your guys' recommendation. You guys recommended this when Dick was on. You guys were talking about Oz. And I never heard of Oz until I heard you guys talking about it. And so my producer boyfriend, Young Klippa, and he's the guy that went to Eric July's warehouse. We started watching Oz, and I was like, whoa, this is intense. This is
feelings.
Yeah.
Yeah, I love Oz. It's I don't know.
Pretty good, right?
It's really good. You don't like it?
I think it's very well made and well acted. I think it's just depressing subject matter that's unrelentingly grim and dark, but there's no like shine to it. Like when it's not grim and dark, it's not like it's fun and quirky and exciting, and it's like
the prison system.
It's all
it's good. I've watched it through.
Dude, just when you think things are turning around, that the guy's like finally getting a knack for surviving in the prison system, you realize he's being played, and it goes worse than you could have imagined.
it always goes. No one ever wins in Oz. You just lose a little less. Yeah. Wait, who is your favorite character?
Yeah, who's your favorite character?
Oh, I think it depends on the season, because early show, Beecher kind of sucks. He's just getting bullied and raped by Nazis. And then like late series, Beecher has become so disconnected from reality that like he actually scares people now, because they're like, yeah, that's the kind of guy that'll just like, he would happily die right just now.
He'll shit on you. Leave him alone.
He'll shit on you. He'll bite your penis off when like, because he bit that Nazi's dick off. Like, so Beecher gets better as the show goes on. The guy, he's in those insurance commercials, the head Nazi. I don't know what the actor's name is. Schillinger. Yeah.
Yes.
It's Schillinger.
Schillinger.
It's he's really good. He's a great actor. I like him.
J.K. Simmons.
Yeah, J.K. Simmons. He's good.
Yes.
The black guy who somehow keeps that tiny hat on his head, Adebisi.
Wimbe,
I like him a lot.
No, you said it. What is it?
Adebisi. Yeah. And then the old WAP in like the early seasons was kind of like the last holdout of like a guy in charge who was keeping things kind of in line. And then once the old Dago got removed from his position of power, it went wild and crazy in Emerald City and all that. Yeah, I'm glad you checked out Oz. How much have you watched the whole thing?
I've watched up to like midway through season 5, so I'm almost done with it. I think my favorite character, I really like Augustus. He's such a great narrator, and I like those bits where he's in the box, the clear box, and he's commentating on like all the like just what's happening in the story, and there's always some sort of poetic thing that he's saying that applies to what's happening, and also it's so raw and well written how each episode is a self-contained story and it follows many other stories within that, and it does it so well that I'm able to catch up what's happening with everyone. I think I'm at the part now where O'Reilly and his retarded brother
Cyril.
Yes. Ryan and Cyril. I'm at the point where Cyril is on the death row, and I'm like, oh man, this guy, it's so sad. It's because like his mother is advocating for him to stay alive, and Ryan's just like, no, he's not going to survive here. But his mother doesn't understand what it's like to live in Oz.
Yeah,
and so they have this
theater teacher.
I'm getting anxious sitting here listening.
I love dark material.
It is very dark. And I remember, I liked Ryan O'Reilly as a character. He was great. But a lot of the reason that Cyril ended up on death row is because Ryan kept fucking up. Cyril, who is Ryan's retarded younger brother, is also the most skilled boxer in the prison. And he can piece anyone up, fucks people up. He just loves boxing. And so over and over, Ryan will be like, hey, Cyril, Adebisi stole one of your Twinkies. And Cyril's like, Adebisi did that? And then he'll just go beat the absolute shit out of Adebisi or whoever the character is. And then afterward, Cyril's being dragged away by guards and Ryan's like, Cyril, no, why is this happening? And it's because you just keep sicking your retarded brother on all of your enemies. And eventually he kills a couple guys by just knocking them out so hard. And then he ends up on death row. And the whole time, it's not until he's on death row that Ryan even has the most teeniest bit of sincere remorse.
You guys haven't mentioned Chris Keller at all.
Chris Keller's a good character.
Oh, he's the baddest. Chris Keller,
evil.
He's so evil. He's a bisexual psychopath who
he's great.
Seduces Belcher. Is that his name?
Beecher.
And gets him to love him. And I think maybe they actually did love each other for some periods. It's hard. I either got fooled by it or it was real, but he still just ruined this guy's life. And does he eventually take down the whole fucking prison or something?
Well, the ending surrounds the two of them. I don't want to spoil it for her, but the ending surrounds Beecher and that guy. That guy's from SVU. That's what he was known for. He's the main guy in SVU. But every time I see him in some smaller role, he does a really good job. I like that guy.
You never watched Oz through all the way, did you, Kyle? You got too
I watched it all. No. I watched it all. I know how that thing ends. That's
dude. Any show that opens up with man, I got fooled by the first episode of Oz when Beecher goes in and he's all timid and the J.K. Simmons over is like, you got to be careful of all the blacks around here. Come on. I talked to the head warden. You're staying in my cell. We'll be cellies. Yeah. And then I'm like, man, it sure is good that the Allstate guy is here to help protect Beecher. and then 15 minutes of screen time, he's like, pop those pants off. You belong to me now. And it's oh God, day one, swastika tattooed on his ass.
It's pretty brutal.
Yeah. He brushed his teeth at home that morning.
Lance Riddick from John Wick was great in it too. Rip in peace though.
Yeah. He's the incredibly lean African-looking black man with the English accent who's in everything. He was in Spartacus back in the day.
Oh yes, I know who he is.
He's the undercover agent. Yeah, he's like, I can go in and get the drug, and then. They're like, hey, maybe our plan should be a little different. Maybe we shouldn't send a recovering heroin addict in to buy heroin and tell us about it. And they're like, that's interesting, but we've only got one guy and he's a recovering heroin addict.
The Wire features him heavily. He's a main character of it, and he's very good. Yeah, he's like the higher up, lieutenant, maybe. You know, as the show goes on, people are getting promoted, but I think he's lieutenant from the beginning. The Wire is the premier old school HBO show. If you've already seen The Sopranos, I guess.
Oh,
but
I haven't
the fucking
seen either of those.
I can't get on board with this Oz thing. If anybody's listening to this and thinks it's a good idea to watch, it's a depression simulator. It'll make you feel bad about your day. Like you'll go to bed at night that
or
night
make you feel better.
Or exactly, or make you a little thankful. I didn't
Yeah.
get molested by any white supremacists today. I didn't have to box this giant Italian dude. I get to sleep in my bed. A little bit of thankfulness. It's it's how you spin it internally. I guess because you went to prison, it's different.
Yeah, it's extra. Yeah, that's
I
part of
think
it.
Kyle watched it as prison was looming over him. Yeah.
What a
That is a
stupid time
rough
to watch
situation.
Oz. About to go in there.
I think that I had like watched it and was like maybe in the last season, and then I got arrested.
Kyle
Oh,
spent
wow.
2 months in federal prison for marijuana.
Oh, is Oz accurate?
It's exactly like that. I
No,
read
it's not.
so many people. Like first thing you find the biggest, meanest guy on day one, and you rape him.
You suck his
rape
dick. You suck-
Yeah, you
you blow him. Yeah.
you rape.
You walk
get on
into
your
there and
knees
you find the biggest
rape
dude you
that
can, and
penis.
you suck his dick.
No. I went to like a junior grade prison. They're in like federal maximum security. You killed people prison.
Yeah,
Ah,
real
that
deal
makes
prison.
sense.
Yeah, that's why so many of them
Very
have so little to lose, which is the scariest thing ever when someone has nothing to lose.
Yeah, it is.
Mhm.
Another series that I do want to watch more of and review this year, start reviewing this year, is Star Trek. You guys into Star Trek?
Kyle knows.
yes.
Fuck, I've never seen an episode, but Kyle, tee off. Kyle, tell her let her ask questions and
Yeah,
you can
I,
answer.
I'm a Star Trek expert. I would say. What do you
Ooh.
want to know?
Well, which series do you like the most?
Deep Space Nine has the most character development, and it does the best at not being too serialized. You have to keep in mind Star
Okay.
Trek was mostly produced during the days of no TiVo, even like no way to stream. The episodes had to be serialized. You had to be able to throw up season 2, episode 3, and then season 4, episode 7 back to back, and really not even care. They should flow
Okay.
into each other because we're that's how the next generation is to some extent. It's the one with Captain Picard with the bald head and Worf and all those people that was made from roughly 1991 to like the later 90s, 97 or something
Okay.
like that. And then they made 4 movies, I think. That one's my second favorite, but it suffers from that because each episode has to be its own thing, and there's not a ton of carryover, especially until later seasons with particular characters. Deep Space Nine, however, it's not a spaceship that travels around exploring or getting into hijinks. It's all about a space station. So there's this influx of commerce and traffic and races from all over the place, and I like that one a lot. Deep Space Nine's very good.
That's Young Clippa's favorite, actually. Star Trek's Deep Space Nine. He showed me a couple of episodes, and I really like the premise. I think my favorite, even I haven't seen much, but I will say that I like the original series a lot. I've seen like 10 episodes. I don't know. It's something about their acting. They just seem so serious, and because they're so serious, it helps me believe the world that they're in, even if the props look like it's from just like cardboard cutouts.
Yeah, they just
But
made it right before the shot.
Yeah, the way that they were so serious about it, I was like, okay, so that's what their consoles look like, cardboard. Got it. That's what the future is like.
Yeah, I grew up watching that one when I was like 5, watching that one with my dad on the couch or whatever, but I can't go back to that. There is a brand new series called Strange New Worlds, and it takes place 10 years before Captain Kirk takes over on the Enterprise. It's got Captain Pike, who from the early episodes of of the original series, it's Captain Pike, and then he gets all melted and he's in that weird wheelchair with his melted face. This new show, Strange New Worlds, is all about Captain Pike, and it's got Uhura and Spock and a few other people in it.
Oh,
Strange New Worlds is fun. You asked Kyle what his favorite Star Trek was, and I don't know that I can defend it, but I've enjoyed Lower Decks maybe more than any of the other ones. I get a kick out of that thing. When a new episode drops, and it's between seasons right now, it's a little light in my day. Like oh shit, there's a Lower Deck. Buckle up, baby. This is what we're watching.
Lower Decks is the animated, and it's named after an episode from The Next Generation, where you focus on some junior grade ensigns who are disconnected from the bridge crew. There's big happenings, but we don't get let in on that. I just got to turn this knob and you got to flip that switch. We do this shit. So that's what the animated series did. It mostly focuses on these junior grade ensigns or whatever. And the voice actor for the one guy is the main character from The Boys, the quirky
Howard. Is that his name in The
Huey?
Boys?
Huey in The Boys.
Yeah.
And it's clearly written by huge Star Trek nerds like me. So when there's continuous references, it feels like Rick and Morty, but instead of referencing pop culture and other movies and TV shows, they're self-referential. They're referencing Star Trek, but all of the Star Treks, all of the like Voyager. I've seen all that there is to see, and I've seen all the trekking. Voyager's awful. The cook in Voyager is just a straight up pedophile. So so in Voyager, Taylor, you're gonna love this, Taylor. They get flung to the far end of the galaxy, like 80 years from home. It's like a problem.
No consent laws in that corner of space.
Well, they pick up this weird alien named Neelix, and he's got like this little girl with him, and then Kes, and who's his main squeeze, and they're like, Kes, what species are you? And she's like, I'm Ocampa. Oh, okay, we never heard of that shit before. How old are you? 3? Wait, what? Yeah, we only live to 5. We're like big dogs. Wait, isn't Neelix like railing you every night? Because there's even an episode where somebody flirts with Kes, and Neelix gets all like Sigma male about it, like he's getting aggressive. Neelix is a straight up pedophile, and he's the most annoying character. Like he is the Jar Jar Binks of Star Trek.
Yes.
Oh no.
But he likes them young.
They live to be 5, and she's 3,
roughly, maybe 7. Like a Great Dane.
And so he's fucking this
all
alien who's like,
it's okay, Taylor, because she's pretty.
It's
hot.
like 10 years to 1, so she's like 30 years old.
She got into it. I think she was killed by police or something not that long ago. I do know that she was like barricaded in her bedroom. Yeah, in real life. Like no, all jokes aside. She was. I saw
police
video.
in Voyager. I thought maybe it was real life. She got killed by the police. Yeah,
the police in Star Trek
what
are
is
just these guys with old football helmets, old leather football helmets on. It's stupid.
What's her name? Sorry,
Kes is the character, so that's how you'll find it. Kes, Kes, actress, and then she was in something crazy. She was like in a police standoff where she was barricaded in her bedroom.
Jennifer Lean, is that her name?
Yeah.
Oh my. She
doesn't look like
she is not. She is not dead. She was not killed by police.
Oh, that's good. Did she get in some trouble though? Like I remember seeing the video of her barricaded, and I felt like they had.
Now you got me scrolling down the Wikipedia personal life.
I watch a lot of police shootings.
All right, between 2015 and 18, Lean was arrested and charged with a variety of offenses.
Ooh, a variety.
A variety of offenses.
Well, anywho,
I like that
several of the charges later dropped.
Voyager has Kate Mulgrew as the captain. It's Lady Captain. She's the lady from Orange is the New Black. I guess the older Butch one. I've never seen that show, but
I've never seen that show either.
I've only seen like 3 episodes, and then my mom was like, "What are you watching? You're watching a lesbian show. You're no longer allowed to watch that." Because I was watching it when I was 14.
Yeah.
Tumblr was recommending it, so I was like, "I'm gonna watch it." I watched 3 episodes. That means you're gay because you're watching it. Her quote.
Which show?
She was right.
Orange and the New Black. Orange and the New Black.
I saw that. I guess I'm gay too.
What show was it for all you guys that you weren't allowed to watch as a kid? I guess were there any other ones you weren't allowed
to?
There were no.
South Park.
I grew up in a sex positive house. I watched Blue Lagoon with my parents.
That's fucking weird.
Oh, weirder than you know.
Yeah, Taylor, it's weirder than you could possibly fathom. Like South Park was the main. Like South Park was the main one for me in like early 2000s. I was like middle school age. That was the last big holdout of my parents. Was like, you cannot watch South Park. You cannot watch South Park. And then you slip past that goalie pretty quick.
You know what's weird? my parents let my older brother, older than me by 5 years, they let him watch South Park when he was 12. But then when I was 12, I was never allowed to watch South Park at all. And I was never allowed to watch it when I was like 17. And they're like, oh, you're supposed to get out of here. And it's like, but we're watching it with my brother.
That's
like,
weird.
No, you're not allowed to watch it. I'm like, but you let him watch it when he was 12. What the fuck is up?
One of the biggest, like I'm the oldest, but one of the biggest benefits I always imagined of being the youngest or younger was that you get away with shit infinitely easier.
Oh,
so
no, actually, not for me.
Ruins the rules. Your parents were stricter on you than your older brother?
Yeah.
It's also pretty typical to be strict on your daughters, right? Like that's the thing. They overprotect them.
I didn't think about that in the context of like TV shows though, like South Park stuff.
I have an older sister. She was able to do more than I was. I think my parents were like, "Oh, well, we know where we messed up with our children. Maybe if we really heavily sheltered her, then she would turn out fine." No. No.
Look at me, Mom. I'm top 5% on OnlyFans.
Yeah.
Top 5%.
She would hate it. She would hate it.
I didn't know. She would hate that if she does she not know about that? The OnlyFans
She probably does. I just haven't talked to her in 5 years. So
okay.
Well,
it's been a long time.
It is a long while.
Are you actively doing like the no contact thing with Mom?
I mean, not actively. She hasn't really said anything to me, but there has been a couple of contacts where she would send an Instagram message to young Klippa saying like, you're keeping her hostage. She wants to be with me actually, and she wants to do what I want to tell her to do, which is to do software engineering, and I want to crush her dreams of becoming an artist ever actually. And she would send this big long message to him. I'm like, this is deranged, lady. What are you doing? Like, I've chosen a path. You're going to respect that or not, and she doesn't, so I don't talk to her.
She wants you to be a computer programmer?
Yeah, because my dad was a software engineer. And so, I guess...
Have you shown an interest in that?
No, never. I've never shown an interest. I've only shown an interest in drawing, playing Minecraft, and, drawing.
But you know what you
Minecraft.
know. They know that it's a good, stable career with advancement opportunities that they have a leg up in, right? It's the same reason you did accounting, right? I bet that's a similar situation, right?
Yeah. Before I was a software engineer, but before that I was an accountant. And like Kyle said, my father was an accountant, and there was kind of a path that was already paved for me there.
Fast track, even.
I didn't want to walk it.
But his father before him, right? Didn't you once say your grandpa was an accountant too?
He was a salesman and an abusive alcoholic.
But he kept good accounts. No one ever said any different. Certainly not his wife.
And an abusive alcoholic. I overestimated him.
Look, the thing is, all of our grandpas were abusive alcoholics. I think that says something about the quality of either the alcohol or the ladies in those days. It can't be a coincidence that all these men needed to get drunk and rough.
Women were tougher. They had jaws on them.
The Greatest Generation had its flaws.
It did.
Yeah, but they beat the Japs and the Nazis.
Not my grandparents.
Did your grandparents stick around, Kyle?
My mother's father fled to Dallas and died of cancer in 1994. We found out on the internet. That's when we got the internet. And then my dad's dad died of cirrhosis of the liver at 35. So they didn't really hang around. No.
Oh, so I'm close here. My father's father ran away when my father was 10. And he did that like thing that you can't do anymore, where you like completely run away and start a new life.
Dallas.
13 miles away. Mine went like 13 miles away. He was like they never saw him again. Different grocery store. I guess we'll
one bus ticket.
And my mother's father, apparently he was a good guy, but he died of colon cancer when she was a teenager or young.
Colon cancer. Like it comes for us all. I've already resigned my fate. I don't think.
Checked out, bro. Like, you don't get your colonoscopies weekly?
Weekly?
Yeah, Woody set me up with a guy.
It's a house call guy.
He's the best guy in business, I promise you.
Yeah.
Right?
You lay prone. He gets a lot.
His methods are controversial, but it's pretty cool.
Yeah. Why do you have to test back and forth so much?
He's very thorough.
If I wasn't on fentanyl, I'd be mad at you.
Did you guys? Did you guys have any like parents in the war? I only say this because my dad was in Vietnam. Like my birth dad was in Vietnam. He was an old geezer.
Mm-hmm. Damn.
My family fought a different war.
Wait, so your birth dad was definitely older then, right?
Yeah, he was born in 1954.
Okay, yeah, that's like 10 years older than my dad. My dad was not old enough to fight in Vietnam.
Okay.
My dad was. He lucked out and didn't get his number drawn, so he didn't have to go.
Well, that's lucky.
And my grandparents like got some exemption from World War II, or my great grandpa got an exemption from World War II. One of them for flat feet, which I guess they were like, you can't go. And the other one because he was a farmer. And I guess at the time they were like, all right, you're called up. And they're like, wait, no, you're a farmer. You're like growing that. We need you to keep growing. Go grow that stuff. You don't participate. You go back to your farm.
If the farm's going to shut down without you, you stay on the farm. That makes a lot of sense.
Keep the farm.
Do you have any idea what he
was tricky, right? So they're like, oh, we don't want to lose our good citizens. This guy's a farmer. You keep doing that. We need you to make food. I think my father didn't go, at least partly because he was in college. If you were going to college, we don't want to lose people like you. We'll send these guys who are like worthless.
Married,
parents. I don't know. I'm not positive about married. I'm definitely positive about parents. And
only sons couldn't. Interesting. I bet they changed that later on. I bet they had different policies as the war went on. That's how you end up with stuff like McNamara's Morons, which should be a movie, by the way. It's that rolls right off the tongue. McNamara's Morons coming this fall. McNamara's Morons was this army program to utilize those with IQs below 85 in the military industrial complex. The idea was, come on, you can find something for them to do, right? And it turns out,
how'd it work? No, bad.
No, because you can't teach them the basics. Like a lot of them couldn't read or write. So then you can't.
They cause more problems than they can even.
They can't read road signs, so they can't drive trucks. Okay. Well, you can't. They can't even peel potatoes. It ends up because we're going to hold your hand and get you to the place where you peel the potatoes, and then hold your hand every night back to your bunk and like walk you through all the regiment. Boot camp is all sorts of fucking polish your boots and tie your shoes shit. They're not getting any of that, ever.
Jordan Peterson talks about this all the time. He says it like it's amazing. Like the army doesn't want you if your IQ is below, it might be 85, 73. I forget what the number
83,
is.
83, I think.
83, okay. And he says it again and again. Like, it's really important to have an IQ over 83. And I'm like, this isn't groundbreaking or amazing to me. This is quite obvious.
Yes.
It helps to have a higher IQ.
Yes.
100%.
I mean, again, if you can't read or write, you're going to really struggle. Because everything's going to be labeled. Like you can't be a clerk. You can't do any of the behind the scenes clerical shit. Like there's nothing for you. You'd be in the way. You'd be.
I feel like Russia would use them. Russia has these like
wave attacks, right?
Yeah, right. They call them meat waves on YouTube anyway.
Dude, they probably are right now, right? Like I know that it made news for a while when they would pardon a particularly nasty criminal to go to Ukraine. They're like, I think it was a cannibal that they freed. It's like, damn. And like, I wouldn't be any more afraid to go to war against a cannibal than the rest of the Russians shooting AKs at me, But it speaks more to like, wait, they're just gonna let this guy go? But then I was like, he's not ever getting home. He's not ever getting home. He's gonna die in Ukraine.
Oh yeah, they kind of made sure of it. They give those people the most deadly roles.
Yeah, up front and personal. Yeah, Taylor, do you want to do the advertisements?
Yes. Before we jump to the next thing, we're gonna hear from a couple of fantastic sponsors.
We don't have the rotating GIF.
I do on my screen. I see it.
I don't.
Oh, interesting.
On the top right, you don't see it?
Perhaps it's on Zach's, which is all that would matter.
This episode of PKA is brought to you by PharoDistro.com. PKA fans, picture this. You, me, and enough smoking accessories to make Snoop Dogg's collection look like a kid's toy aisle. PharoDistro.com's got everything for the THC enthusiasts out there, bud lovers, dabbers, edible connoisseurs, and even those who would want to discreetly puff away with disposable goodies. It's like a THC performance, and your place is the green room. Indulge in the festivities with their latest offering, the Pharo Exotics THCA buds, an outstanding choice for those looking for top shelf quality flower. These buds are so top shelf, they've got their own VIP section, dispensary grade, indoor grown, and crafted for the everyday flower enjoyer. For the dab enthusiasts, get ready to savor the richness of our THCA diamond sauce, because who needs diamonds when you have something even more precious to enjoy? And let's not forget our delectable assortment of high-quality, high-milligram edibles, perfect for sharing and adding an extra layer of joy to your celebrations. If your New Year's resolution includes a step towards more holistic wellness, explore PharoDistro.com's range of CBD products and therapeutic mushrooms. And like Keef on your bowl, sprinkle code PKA30 on top for 30% off your whole order. Visit PharoDistro.com, linked below, to discover quality products that cater to your THC preference. Elevate your 2024 experience with PharoDistro's premium offerings and make this year one to remember, kinda. So, PharoDistro.com, PKA30, 30% off, whether you're getting the edibles, whether you're getting the THCA diamond sauce for your dab rig, whether you're just looking for the most powerful flower you can get, which is the THCA buds. Highly recommend that. Or if you're getting the DabX Go, the best dab rig I've ever used, very high quality. The charge lasts forever, hits very, very hard. It's got that little, Kyle and I've mentioned it 1,000 times, that little silicone cup under where you put the wax and everything. Something so simple, so revolutionary, though. You're no longer, there's not even one iota of waste going on there. So PKA 30 for 30% off. Get yourself a DabX Go, get yourself THCA diamond sauce, get yourself a bunch of edibles. And when you get the edibles, we say it every time, don't be a retard and take 100 milligrams. If you've been taking 100 milligrams of gas station shit, start lower than whatever you're used to, because more likely than not, you think you've been taking a higher dose than you actually have, and you don't want to get too high. So PharoDistro.com, PKA 30, 30% off. That's a hell of a deal. Check that out.
It'll get you high.
It'll get you fucked up. This episode is also brought to you by Merrick Health.
New
Merrick
sponsor.
Health. Brand new sponsor. Very high quality. Kyle, that is the same lab you used, isn't it?
Yeah, that's Derek's place. I can't speak highly enough of the experience that I had there. I think it's like $750 to get going, like total. Whoa. With all of your it's all of your testing, it's all of your lab work, and it's some of the meds, and it's a few other things. They start off with, like I said, getting your lab work done to find out what they need to do, and then you have a consultation with a doctor, and you go over that lab work, and then they prescribe you whatever you need. And man, it's so fast from. So my issue is always like sticking to something and getting the ball rolling with it, but it's almost impossible not to like just get it done if you take that first step, because from the time that I signed up or like applied or whatever to the time I actually had my medicine was, I don't know, like 2 weeks tops. I think it was actually like 8 or 9 days or something. And it's if you think that you need some testosterone, if you think that if you've got low sex drive or just low energy, if you're, early, mid, late 30s or older, something like that, it's like secret sauce. It's magic. Mm-hmm. It's like something. It's the secret serum from a movie. It's what all of those bullshit products at GNC want to be. Like all of those things with some swole motherfucker on the cover flexing. If you want to know what he's really taking, you can get it at Merrick Health. That guy could eat anything he wanted as long as he kept taking his medicine. And I can't speak highly enough of the whole situation. I like being able to always have, a doctor. It's telemedicine, so everything really goes quickly. And then just getting my blood work done and having them look at it, because I don't know about my family doctor, if he even knows what his specialty even is. But They were like, oh, we've got some things to fix. I know my cholesterol was bad, but I think I had a thyroid issue that we fixed with like supplementation and diet too. I love the whole thing. I still obviously, take my Merrick meds.
Yeah.
So get your head right through chemistry. Start feeling good about being good.
100%. Use code PKA, get a 10% discount on the complete package or other diagnostic testing. That's code PKA, 10% off. And I don't think you can put it better than Kyle. Like, go look at those pictures of Kyle when he was getting jacked up, when he was getting huge. You want to know what like Chris Hemsworth is doing? It's not broccoli and chicken. It's stuff like this, and it's going to get you jacked. It's going to get you yoked. Or if you're just looking to try and correct some issue you're having, they can tell you, hey, you're low on this, you're high on this.
Tinder. They'll help you get there.
In 5 months, like it. When I started taking it and eating like a ton and working out a ton, in 5 months, I had like mutated into a like enormous thing. Like it. The 5 month period, I looked just. I didn't have a neck. You know, like wow. It's really effective.
Very effective. Code PKA, get 10% off. That is linked below at marichealth.com/PKA, marichealth.com/PKA. Get that 10% discount, and you can look like Kyle. You can look like Kyle from juiced up Kyle from a couple. Well, we're not. You're not.
All right. They're doctors, not magicians, Taylor. All right. This isn't a monkey paw scenario here. They're going to send you some vials and syringes.
If you're looking for your monkey's paw scenario, go to marichealth.com/PKA. Get 10% off. Get yourself all tested up. They can tell you what needs fixing in order to achieve your goals in a way that is efficacious and scientific. So check them out. And as always, this episode is brought to you by Lock and Load, the premium ejaculation increasing supplement, taking the world by storm. Are you tired of coming and having it be just not enough? No, you want to come like a man. You want to come hard. You want your partner, female, male. We don't judge. You want them to be absolutely covered in jizz at the end of it. And they're going to be sitting there going, my God, I did a great job. Look how much I worked to get my partner off. And also your cum's going to be better. When's the best feeling of the orgasm? When you're coming. More cum equals more good feeling. That's all the science I need, folks. But that's not all the science Derek needed, because this is efficaciously dosed with everything you need to be absolutely creaming. So Lock and Load, code PKA or code Jizz, 10% off. But it's not just Jizz supplements, folks. It's weight loss supplements. It's dream supplements. It's protein powders. It's energy drinks. It's everything you can find over at GorillaMind.com. Efficaciously dosed to Derek's exacting specifications. Check it out.
I need to get some of that for young Clippa.
Could he be coming more?
Yeah. Get some cum shots in my face. That's my favorite.
That's and how about this? See, we've got a lady with us. Do you feel more accomplished at the end if there's a huge amount of jizz? You don't want a little amount of jizz.
Of course, the more jizz, the better. I want my face covered in jizz, or else I don't feel like I've done enough.
100%.
That audio, please. We're gonna need that for future ad reads.
We're gonna need this as an endorsement. So thank you, Mint.
It really does. It really does work. We spent a lot of time and effort product testing in the lab,
vigorous research
in the bedroom. Yep. A lot of calluses, but we got to the bottom of how to make a man come as much as humanly possible.
It really works.
Does. I seem to be the only one who appreciates the pre-cum as much as I do.
I'm leaking like a bad cat. I'm talking livestock numbers here. This is spectacular.
Well, that's the pygium. Another thing that Kyle and I insisted had to be included, because it's and this is you probably think we're memeing Mint. You have to take 9 pills a day.
It's fucking ridiculous.
They're suppositories.
We would not be. Can you imagine if we're like, just open your ass up 9 times a day? It's unbelievably efficacious. Just stay hydrated when you're taking it, because obviously your body needs water to create more cum. Revolutionary technology. Check it out. We need to get some sent to young Clippa so you can start enjoying it.
I was actually looking on the website. Don't you need to take those pills with something fatty?
It does help to take it with something fatty. So take 5 in the morning with your nice, healthy egg and whatever breakfast, and then 4 at night and it's an excuse to have 2 fatty snacks. You know, like there you go.
And cashews.
Yeah.
Very high quality stuff. Start coming like a man. That's it. Those are all the ads. Check all those out. Linked below.
Nice. Heck yeah.
Taylor, do you know more about these Jew tunnels than I do? Let me lay out what I know. It turns out there was some kind of secret tunnels that led from a synagogue. It's in New York, that led from a synagogue to like a newsstand or something. And that's their side of the story. They're like, oh, don't worry about my secret underground tunnel. That's just so I can pop out for the paper.
And I don't think so.
Yeah, I don't know. I saw a clip, and it seemed like they were trying to invade the tunnels, and there were lots of men throwing chairs and stuff. I am in the dark. I don't know what to believe.
I don't know what's going on with the Jew tunnels, the underground Jews, but I know that like I was trying to track the underground Jew problem, and it seems that initially someone was like, actually, they built that tunnel to go to church during COVID, and then like immediately I saw like some Twitter like fact check thing where it's like, these tunnels were in the process of being built 5 months ago, well after COVID. And so it's like, I have no idea what the Jews...
This is the Ninja Turtles hangout.
This is the Ninja Turtles hangout.
It took me a second, but that's the Ninja Turtles
hangout. It's the pizza that gives it away. Like, I have no idea what the Jews are doing underground, but I don't like it.
I don't like it one bit.
Did you see that? Did you see the mattress? Like that bloody mattress being carried out? What's going on with that?
A bloody mattress and baby strollers is a scary combo.
What?
It does lead to a synagogue. And
I told me about
reading
this,
while you're talking. I'm reading while you're talking about it. I'm sorry. And the articles I read, both of them said that the purpose isn't known yet. What purpose? I don't
know. I just saw the pictures of like the high chairs and the bloody mattresses and like the tunnel entrance itself, but I don't know what's going on. But that's pretty. From the outside looking in, it looks sinister.
I have a theory.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
The ooze from above ground goes into the underground, and we're creating like the Ninja Turtles. We got ninja Jewish people. And they're here to fight crime, and they're being trained by this
the Ninja Turtles. Yeah.
Yeah, and they're being trained by Master Splinter, who is a Jewish rat, and they're teaching him kung fu.
You think that's
and
what's
they're here
going
to fight
down?
Crime. Yeah, that's what's happening down there.
Okay, if it turns out there's a gang of crime fighting Jews, then I'm in. But I don't.
Do you know about the mole people in New York?
No idea.
Apparently, they've discovered what was going on with them.
Well, no, like there are actual mole people they're these subterranean levels below in the tunnels, and these people just live down there. They're actual mole people. They pop out to get food, I guess, occasionally. But Chiz sent me a link the other day on WhatsApp, and I went down the rabbit hole because I thought it was a joke. Because there's also the silly conspiracy theory about actual mole hybrid people who live underground or whatever.
Yeah.
Like, this isn't that. This is like crazy, homeless, weird people who live deep down in the tunnels. But then once you're down in the tunnel, there'll be like a manhole cover that they'll move aside and go further down into an area like this. And it's just, they're in the darkness unless they bring their own light. I don't know where this is.
Did you
stuff I saw was subterranean.
I was laughing at some of the...
Oh, God.
I don't like that.
Kyle, you said the mole people weren't real.
That's this.
There's photographic evidence on my screen. Liar.
Yeah.
Proved wrong again.
I like how it's just some guy on the top left. Like,
he's a little moley, I guess.
How did he get roped?
He's behind it all.
He's the
mastermind.
Did you guys see there was like a really viral like Twitter post from this guy who was like, I told you about the Jews underground. And this guy had them. like from 6 months ago, he was tweeting, he's like, I'm tired of people saying I'm a liar. There are 100% Jews under my apartment, and I live on the ground floor. And he was tweeting about it over and over, like, I swear to God, there's got to be dozens of people jumping around singing every night under my apartment, and no one will look into it. And then like this happened, and he's like, there were Jews under my apartment. Like I wasn't going crazy. Can you imagine?
Was he anywhere near the tunnel?
Yeah, he was above the tunnel.
Was he above the real tunnel?
Yeah, that's how he was hearing Jews dancing around or doing whatever they're doing down there. I don't know. What's
praising the Lord,
mattresses, blood.
No,
they're praising the Lord and looking out for us surface dwellers.
You think I don't think they're praising the Lord.
Praising
I heard him saying, "Oh God,
they're not into
God,
Jesus.
Oh God.
They don't like
Yahweh."
Jesus.
Not Jesus. He's not. I don't even know who that is. Well, they took care of him.
You know?
Wait, does the Lord refer to just the Christian God?
No, it's
in my mind.
I like to be referred to as the Lord.
In my mind, it's Jesus or nothing.
I heard somebody who owns land in some
Lord. Look at
feudal
that.
societies. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's all I know Lord is.
I'm not going to be hasty to judge these Jewish underground tunnel networks full of bloody mattresses and baby carriages because I stand with Israel.
Because Kyle's already
they were probably down there taking collections up, and those were things to be sent to the Israelis, you know, to like a charity drive sort of thing.
Can you imagine, like, I'm just putting myself in like Harley's shoes, just like a normal non-religious Jew who's like watching this unfold, and they're like, no, please tell me there aren't Jews in the underground tunnel of New York. That can't. And then they're like, we found Jews underground in New York. Who knows what? And he's just like, fuck. Like,
do they know about the Canadian tunnels yet? I gotta call some people.
Yeah, that's Harley's response. He has to call in
Toronto.
Some ideas. Hey, we need to disguise that Quebec tunnel entrance a little more thoroughly. They're on the lookout for us now.
You know, this reminds me of the underground tunnels in Seattle. You've heard about those?
I don't think so. No.
So Seattle burnt down in like the 18 whatevers, and then an entirely new city was built on top of these this like burnt down city, but you could still like access this underground burnt down city through like a series of tunnels. I've never seen it, but I've only heard of it. But in Seattle? In Seattle.
That seems like too new of a city to have a bunch of underground tunnels. I always picture that like a New York or Boston thing. I'm probably wrong.
Seattle established in like the 1840s, Paris. I think.
Show the pictures of the Seattle Underground.
Paris catacombs.
Paris has that crazy catacomb network. People go down there and don't come out.
Yeah, do you remember the 4chan post from like 15 years ago? A guy stole a skull out of there and then was posting pictures of it. He's like, I'm going to see if I can get this through security. And then everyone's like, you're lying. That's just a picture of a skull. And he's like, I'm going to post a picture with my dick in it. And then he posted a picture with his dick in the skull, and people were like, God damn, you really stole a skull from the Paris catacombs just to shit post on 4chan with your dick in it? And he's like, the 2007 internet, whatever it was.
These photos, yeah, exactly. This is underneath Seattle. There's an entire town underneath Seattle.
Damn.
No. Yeah.
Does anyone still live in there?
I don't know.
The lights are still on. Someone's doing something. Looks like it's been swept lately.
Wait a minute. There's a rope there for people to like take the tour.
Well, I'm sure they allow you to go down some areas.
Well, fun.
Yeah.
I'm always fascinated when they flood a lake and they flood a town. I know Lake Hartwell is particularly big lake. Obviously, nothing like the greater lakes up, but there are towns and graveyards and big buildings and structures under there, supposedly. Obviously, I've never been down there, but I know it's true.
I've never heard of these before.
Lake Hartwell's in Northeast Georgia and South Carolina. It sort of spans the two.
185 feet deep at the deepest part. It's deeper than I expected.
Isn't that fucking terrifying?
Deep.
Did you see the one like clip where all the Jews have been like pushed out of they're like pulling them out of the tunnel, and there's the most stereotypical like New York Italian cop of all time, and like the Jewish guys are like complaining to him about it, and he's like, you got fucking tunnels down there, we don't know what you're fucking doing. And they're like, we want to get our stuff out of the tunnels first. And he's like, we don't do this here. I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. We don't fucking dig tunnels around in America and then like go on the build. Like this shit, we don't do this here. And then like he just kept telling them that, just this big broad wop, and it's very, very funny.
Yeah, that's the attitude. That's the attitude you should have. It's bizarre.
They don't like melt into the rest of society and become just like regular Americans. They retain their old heritage and culture.
Are they called
almost like Amish, but Jews?
Are they called Are these Hasidim Jews? Is that right?
I don't know about these with the tunnels. I just figured they were, run of the mill.
I hope I didn't make that up. I'm pretty sure.
I searched tunnel Jew on Twitter, and now I'm seeing some.
I just know that I know the Hasidic Jews, the ones that have usually that curly Q shit and the hats and the whole black get up. Like they seem to be. I've seen documentaries about how that they like the whole neighborhood is them, and you're almost really not welcome to go there if you're not like. It's like it's It's like a Chinatown.
Yeah,
it's like Chinatown, but not welcoming.
Yeah. Like they tend to stick to their own, very ethnocentric, the Hasidics. Hasidic? I don't know.
That's okay for some groups.
Yeah. All right. So it is Hasidic Jews. I didn't make it up. And like Hal said, yeah, they kind of take over a town a little bit. They become a voting force, or at least an influential enough voting force that if they don't own the local government knows their voting population is significant enough to swing an election. So they leave them the fuck alone. And before long, like they have their own schools that are getting funded, basically like private schools that are funded by the public. And
I've read about that. Yeah.
I'm well versed in this because I have family in New Jersey who suffers from this, like Hasidic Jews dominating their town,
and they get like all their private schools like tax funded.
Exactly, because they're active voters and they vote in a block. And if you don't give them what they want, you'll lose your job.
If you don't give them what they want, we'll build a labyrinth under New York.
Yeah,
it's so weird that they're doing that. It should be
it is so weird.
Like I always want to side on the let's wait and see what this is about. But like,
there could be some perfectly reasonable reason for them to have tunnels from the newsstand to the synagogue.
Why the fuck
could there be? Like, what would
Scum was telling me about?
Elon Musk does it. He's a hero. The Jews do it. And all of a sudden,
Elon Musk doesn't even do it. He's not even digging tunnels.
Okay, he thinks about doing it.
He promises tunnels, and then he
talked about tunnels once.
Think of all the traffic they're preventing from the newsstand to the synagogue.
I bet he wants space tunnels. Space tunnels that he would like. Yeah.
Are you big on Elon Musk, Mint? The space race or whatever?
I'm excited to see if he ever goes to Mars within his lifetime. That'd be cool to see. I'm not 100%. Really caught up on it.
100% Elon's going to Mars.
How old is he? He's like 50.
40. Oh, is he?
I don't know. I don't think he's personally going to go to Mars.
I think.
Well, what's the point? If you're Elon, he's 52. I was right.
Maybe his kid that starts with a letter X and then it's a bunch of numbers. Maybe that kid's going to go to Mars.
Yeah. One of his kids, like with the old English AE.
I think he wants to send people to Mars. He has so many luxuries here as the richest human being in existence that we know about anyway. Why would he want to go somewhere to live in a tin can and get irradiated?
Martian life is going to be a lot of tunnel digging, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
Maybe we take a problem and we create a solution here.
Yeah.
Send the tunnelers to Mars. They can tunnel to their heart's desire.
Did you see how many satellites he launched last year?
He'll have people on Mars by 2026, and by 2050 he'll have 1 million people on Mars. Does that make Elon Musk the biggest fucking liar of our time?
He's up
none of those things have come to pass.
2 years.
Like you're judging him on things that haven't come to pass yet. He's still got 2 years to put somebody there,
and he's pushing the can down the road. He said we were 10 years from Mars 10 years ago. Now he says we're 10 years from Mars, and simultaneously 3.
The Mars thing is a pipe dream. It's never going to be nice there. It's going to be crappy forever.
Yeah, but it's just about
that
going.
I agree with.
Yeah.
I think we should go though.
Yeah, may as well.
Humanity will get there and back. I think.
I want to see it.
I don't count it as we've been to a planet until a person's there. Like drones are not going. That doesn't count.
Yeah, we're on the same team there.
Well, we've had rovers and copters on Mars for years now.
Yeah. But that's not the same.
Well, that's what they want you to believe.
Musk launched so many satellites last year. It was like, I think it was like 900 or something. It was so many.
Wow.
That's
a lot.
I can't remember the name of his ISP. Can you help me with it?
Oh, Starlink, right?
Starlink, yeah. I want to see those satellites because I heard he recently launched like 100 or some number that was way bigger than I thought on one.
Like he broke a new record for launches in a year. It was
this particular rocket I thought had like 100 satellites on it. And I'm like, what are these things, baseballs?
Yeah. Oh, I don't know what their size is. That's the sort of nitty gritty shit that I'd like to know because I always wondered as a kid how big a cloud was because you have no way of telling how far away the fucking cloud is. And then I read somewhere how much a cloud weighs, and it's some unfathomable like amount of weight that just each cloud weighs.
Like an Olympic pool worth of water, like something
bigger, like something colossal, like crazy shit.
Atmosphere is heavier than people realize. Clouds
in the dust
smell cool. Like that's it. Like you know how you have like this like aroma memory type thing.
Woody's a rocket man.
I have smelled a lot of clouds, and yeah, I don't know. Whenever I'm in one, I'm like, yeah, this is cool. And you're surprisingly blind. Like, yeah, you can't see your feet that well.
Yeah, Mint doesn't know. The reason Woody can smell clouds is because he's soaring among them.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, he flies.
You ever see the movie The Rocketeer?
Yes.
I have not.
It's a good movie.
I imagine going to Mars is like The Martian. That's how I imagine it would living on Mars would be like.
Martian was a great movie and a good book. I liked it a lot.
Yeah.
I was based on a book? I didn't know that.
Woody, you would like the book. It's by Andy Weir. Woody, you'd like that book a lot because they go really nitty gritty with the science, like down to talking about, you know, the chemistry of splitting the fuel into water and oxygen to you know, keep the plant life alive and everything. I like that movie a lot. I liked Matt Damon was really good at carrying that whole fucking thing. And I don't know, it's the loneliness.
Zach, can you show this picture to me? Takes him a few seconds, but he'll show it. This is a paramotor. It's one of my hobbies, and you can fly around. I've been. I think the highest I've been is 12,000 feet.
Oh wow, that's scary.
Yeah,
you know, I've seen YouTube videos of people doing this, and
I know
they have GoPros. They have GoPros on their head. I'm like, oh, I feel like you're gonna fall. Please don't fall. Oh, like I'm watching. I can't look away, but I'm also scared for them. How safe is it?
Comparable to a motorcycle, I think the accident rates. I have a friend. He's the most popular YouTuber for paramotors, and he never tethers his phone. He just holds it loose, like in his hand, at like 4,000 feet. That's the one I always look at. I'm like, dude, the wind's blowing at like 30, 50 miles an hour, and he's holding his hand, just like checking his altitude and speed and stuff, and puts it back in his pocket.
Yeah, you might also know paramotors from the Palestinian terror attacks.
Yeah, they did it. They used them. I always thought they'd be terrible weapons of war, but I guess
I did too.
If you don't see it coming, then
yeah, you need some AA defense. I guess you need to know they're coming. I
don't think I saw that video.
They paramotored into Israel.
October 6th, 7th. I think 7th. I mixed up with January.
Something like that. It's also December 7th because that's Pearl Harbor Day, right?
Oh,
yeah. Never forget.
Big day for surprise attacks.
Oh wow!
January 6th, cool. Right on the cusp. I saw. Have you seen that video? It's from the January 6th. It's the one where the girl gets shot. The woman gets shot.
Ashley Babbitt.
There's a thing in media right now where like one side calls dead women girls and the other calls them women. And you got. So I don't want to act like I'm doing that. It was a woman. But It was a different angle I'd never seen before. She's crawling. She's in the Capitol building, and she's like crawled up onto a desk, and she's like coming through some like glass or netting that she's knocked out, and they shoot her once in the face and drop her dead. But as soon as she falls over dead, there's like 2 SWAT-style officers. I mean, 2 steps, 3 steps behind her, like helmets and black everything, and like armed. And it was like, man, did we need to kill her right there? If they were right there to like. We were just a moment away from pulling her back, and you shot her in the face. And like, she was definitely one of those MAGA people that you would find to be annoying when you saw them rant on social media. I've seen her rants. She's yelling about MAGA stuff, but she was also a veteran, you know, and she served in the military for some odd years. And it's like, man, I don't think y'all need to shoot that lady in the face right there. You know?
Yeah, I remember she got a bunch of warnings and just decided to try to take the Capitol floor anyway. Having said that, it seemed like less than lethal would have been a nice option right there.
He had his Glock, and that was it. You see him; he's like, "Don't you fucking come through there?"
Just as a suggestion, maybe less than lethal would have been a nice way to handle it. What?
It just doesn't work. It's just not effective. Like, a big can of bear mace was what they needed, to be fair. Like, that would have probably done the trick if they could have sent that big cloud of pepper spray at them.
Dude, pepper spray takes the fight out of people.
Oh, yeah.
Have you been pepper sprayed before?
Yeah. Yeah.
You have? I have not.
Yeah. Like twice a month. Like women these days don't know how to fucking.
I know, dude. I'm just leering.
Yeah. Well, I was doing more than leering.
No, I mean, according to what Mint said, like catcalling Kyle, I think you should really up it.
Mm-hmm.
No,
flattering.
I do that thing where I just follow a woman, and as she quickens her pace, I quicken mine and match it until we're both sprinting.
Dude,
let's bring catcalling back. It's not just for black guys anymore. It's for all of us.
Get in here, whites.
I sort of did
Asian
that
guys.
follow thing once, and I still think back to it. I've told this story before, but here it is. I'm going to school at night, so it's like 10:30, 11 p.m. at night, and I'm in my car and I'm driving home, and there's a girl walking on the sidewalk, and she is beautiful. Beautiful. If you spend your time out and about amongst the population, you see a girl this stunning once every 3 months. Like she's just that one. And I'm looking at her in my car driving home exhausted from my sexy job as an accountant during the day and then school at night. And I see her and just jaw dropping, like, what the fuck? And just the way traffic was slow and the lights and stuff, I kept like catching up to her and seeing her again. And like, I wasn't following her. I was just going home, but she must have thought I was, and she quickened her pace, but so did traffic, right? I'm just sort of like following her in my car in bumper to bumper traffic. And she takes a look at me one last time and then starts running off. Like she turns and just runs sideways. And I'm like, she's definitely running.
So I get out of the car.
And she's quick and all, but I'm in a Honda.
It's clearly a runner, but she's no
Chevy
match.
Cavalier station.
So
wagon.
I barrel her down there in a Wendy's parking lot, and when she comes to, we're in the
I
ICU,
frightened
and
her
I'm her
enough that
husband.
she sprinted off
Because
just by leering at her.
Because you do OnlyFans, I'm curious. Have you ever had any like disturbing run-ins or shit like that with a creepy fan?
No, I haven't.
Oh.
No. All the people that I talk to are pretty very nice, very
What's
polite.
the most amount
awkward.
that one gentleman has sent your way? Like who's your biggest donator? Not who, but how what's your biggest donate?
Like there's let's a guy who's really into giantess stuff.
Shit.
Yeah, like
Like camera angles, like looking up at you,
Yeah.
and you're like gonna
Yeah.
stomp him.
Wants me to, like this
Fuck
person
yeah.
would want me
Good
to.
question.
B5, oh fuck.
This person
I am
would want
going
me,
to make you come.
I like it.
Yeah.
This person would want me to take like angles, like photos of me, like about like holding some just like this, right? And like take me photos of like me about to put it in my mouth. But
Oh,
then
that's
I'll
Vor.
cross. Yeah, Vor and also giantess too. They like Vor
Sick.
and giantess.
They go hand in hand.
Yeah, they would want me to like draw a cartoon character. They would want me to draw the step of picking them up, or like a video of me like picking them up, like the camera, and then like putting
Uppies.
the camera up to my mouth, like I'm eating them. Like
Yeah.
that's the strangest one that I've had, but it's
Any
it's
other-
not
Is that a
hurting
recurring
anyone.
Let me give you a
thing.
recommendation. Here's an interesting camera angle. It just came to me. Could you like
All right.
take a hot dog bun and sort of
Yeah.
wrap it around, like have the camera lens look through the hot dog bun so that when you
Ooh.
bite it, like it looks like you're seeing part of you being taken off.
Ooh, I have hot
Yeah.
dog buns. That's a good idea.
Boom,
Yeah,
you're
I want
halfway
that. I want
there.
that camera angle. Yeah. Oh, well, that's
So,
really dark shit.
Do
How much
people
does
donate
that?
for custom content? Is that how that works? What does it cost?
It's like $10 a minute. For stuff. He like tips me a lot just to do it. And he's like, "Oh my goodness, thank you so much. Thank you so much." And he like tips me heavy. I'm like, "Oh, thank you." He's like, every message that he sends, he tips me a lot. I'm like, "Wow, thank you." And he's like, I have this other idea that I'd like you to do. Here's an idea. Then I do the idea, and then he tips me a lot. Like, "Oh my goodness, this is so hot. Thank you." Like,
Dude, Taylor, imagine if we had titties. Like, you know, because I'm thinking right now how I'd be like, "Mama's hungry." like I guarantee if you send him that message right now, you can make $100 before we can get off this call.
Oh, easily. Like, how is the way it works that this guy paid you, and then for like 2 months he's like, boom, I got my video of her pretending to eat me, I'm solid? Or is it like every week he's got to go back to the well Because he can't pretend to be eaten the same way over and over.
He would ask for a custom. I do the custom. Then he like send like a lot of money with like this message of like, oh my goodness, this is so hot, thank you. And then he would send me like a week later this like long message of his fantasy, but he also sent a lot of money to that. It's like, oh, I have this
What's a
big
lot?
fantasy.
Like $50?
Like $50.
Yeah.
$50 per message is it's a lot.
It's a lot to message.
Like, yeah, and I'm like, okay, cool. He's like, oh, I'm getting so turned on describing this to you right now. Like that's also his fetish. I'm like, okay, cool. And it's like I have another custom idea, and then I do the custom. He's like, oh, this is so fucking hot. This is awesome. And then he like just like send me a bunch of messages like oh, this is amazing. You did it so great, you know. And also, I'm a weirdo degenerate myself, so I totally get the audience. I also do have Pissman salad as well. But there's also what's interesting.
I didn't get that.
What is Pissmint salad? Is that
it's
your
just piss stuff?
Piss stuff.
Oh, okay.
It's just
piss. You know, I mean, I'm proud of the fact that I was 100% like on board with her with no lag. You only had a tiny bit of lag, Taylor, and Woody was like, "Wait, what now?"
I didn't get that piss mint were two different words.
None of us should have. But the fact that any of us, that's hilarious. You're like, I love your reaction. It's just piss stuff.
There's also a lot of different variation. Like there's a guy who wanted me to dress up as a teacher. He gave me this really long script and he wanted me to scold him like, oh, you've been really naughty. You've been such a bad boy. What are you doing here? And he would want me to do that stuff. There's also a guy who wants me to put duct tape on my mouth and just like photos of duct tape on my mouth.
I can relate.
Pissing and cosplay literally pays our rent. It's fun.
Damn. So business is booming.
Yeah.
Good.
So have you put the duct tape on your mouth before? Have you done that?
Yeah, I've done a few photos, few videos. Like there's this one particular time where he asked me to put duct tape around myself and also duct tape on my mouth and just like a minute just be looking kind of bored like meh.
He doesn't want you to look afraid.
Yeah. I mean, it's against Fansly TOS for me to look afraid. So I just look bored.
Interesting. Yeah. So like, what? I'm so fascinated by someone sending you an entire script. So when they send you the whole script, are you firing out the video like, here's the script, read it and do it and send the video back? Or are you like taking different takes where you say it and you're like, oh, that wasn't convincing, that sucked, and then you try it again?
I've done like whenever I do these scripts, I do like a couple of takes. Like for maybe if I mess up saying a word on the first time, then I'm like, oh damn it, I gotta do it again. This guy like specifically wanted me to write down his script, and what was funny about the script is that had no punctuation whatsoever. It was just one long ramble.
What an idiot.
Equivalent of a 5-paragraph essay, but no punctuation
you
at
know
all.
It wasn't Taylor.
So I had to do the punctuation. I would write down it with like punctuation, and then I would act it out because this guy gave me no direction whatsoever, and he was like, "Oh my goodness, this is so great!" Blah, 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 blah. And then like he tipped me more. I'm like, okay. This is fun.
Was was the script a giant one or a P one? I don't recall.
It was different. It was this script one specifically.
The teacher one, right?
It was the teacher
I want a
one.
giant P one where like I'm a claymation figure and the P is slowly like climbing higher and higher on the thing I'm trapped in, and it's gonna drown.
Ooh, well, that's a good idea. I gotta do that.
I like claymation.
Claymation's cool.
Are you being peed on? Or are you peeing on things? Or is it just all pee? All things piss?
I get pissed on some of the videos. I piss outside for some of the videos.
So your boyfriend help you with that? Is that how that goes?
Yeah, he pisses on me sometimes.
Oh, okay.
It's fun.
Do you have to like? I imagine you have to prep like a video-worthy pee, and so probably like you have to pee for a solid hour before you're like, all right, fire it up.
Yeah,
we gotta make this count. I got one big piss in me.
The hardest part is like when I really have to piss, and it's like, okay, I have to set up the camera, and I got to make sure I don't like piss all over while I'm setting up the camera. So that's the hardest part.
So you're waiting to the point that you're about to pee all over yourself before you set the camera up.
Yeah, that's what makes the best videos.
That's what we want.
Yeah, okay. That's what everyone wants.
You want to be like in jeans, like holding their crotch, like doing that little dancey thing, like, oh no, whatever am I gonna? Oh, shame! And then you make that like Japanese face. Yeah.
When you're not outside, do you like pee? Like mostly, I would imagine shower, right? Like where there's a nice drain, or are you throwing a tarp down? How do you keep them clean?
There's shower, toilets, just outside. If I get pissed on, then I shower afterward.
That's fair.
I do have plans though to do Yaira piss porn, and also getting pissed on specifically. Yaira is a character from the Rippaverse. It's Eric July's comic book company. Her name is Yaira. I'm dressed as her right now, actually.
Oh, okay.
And we're going to be releasing some Yaira porn. By the time this comes out, I'll definitely have at least one set out on the OnlyFans and Fansly. And also just like this, the plan to do some Yaira piss porn. Yaira's the character's name.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
So that's
and the Rippaverse, for those who don't remember, is the comic book universe of Eric July, who Dick Masterson has been in a feud with for a good long while now.
Yeah. So in essence, you're having the character of Dick's enemy be pissed on?
Pissing outside. I mostly like.
Have you seen him these photos? Does he know this writer? Does he know his character is the subject of piss play?
I don't know, but I'm sure people will tell him.
They will.
After you said that on this show, he will find out.
Yeah. Well, I personally like to do like stuff outside, like in the woods, just because like toilets are dirty and gross, and I'm not a big fan of toilet piss porn. I like more like outside stuff. So that's the goal. I'm gonna just do it in this without the veto hat. By the way, I should clarify, without the veto hat. So actually, specifically, when the Yaira campaign launches, that's when I'm going to be doing Yaira piss porn.
Of course.
Hell yeah! Check out
correctly.
Mint Salad. Her link is below with all the piss porn. Like, I have to imagine that. Like,
I don't just do piss porn, but that's
you do the other stuff as well. Like,
also a giantess.
I'm putting. She has a giantess. She's a teacher. She wears a lot of hats. I'm picturing myself like doing what you do, and like having to act as a teacher and like read a script and reformat it and like add semicolons and shit. Like after doing all of that, it must be kind of like easy day at work when it's like, what am I doing? I'm pissing in a toilet, and then I'm pissing on a bunch of acorns under a fucking oak tree, and then I'm pissing near a football stadium. Like, is the piss stuff the easiest shit to do? Like, you're just peeing, right?
I would say it is pretty. I'd say it's the hardest part of pissing, piss porn is holding it. As it's like, you have the urge to piss whenever you need the piss, but when you record piss porn, you got to hold it, and it's like, oh shit, I hope I don't piss myself. So that's the idea there. But also, for anyone who's not into piss porn, I made sure to make like separate accounts, very separate. So you have to be looking for this account specifically if you're interested in this. Pissman Salad is the piss porn account, but my main account is Titsman Salad. Just for the rest of it.
For the normal guys. Yeah.
No, don't
for the
say
guys
that.
who just like the tits. Well, for the normal guys. Well, don't argue with me that being into tits is equal normal to being into pee. I
mean, I don't judge. Taylor. like.
Well, look at the popularity numbers.
I'm just alt normal.
Yeah.
Well, I don't. Just because more people like something doesn't mean it's better.
Oh no, I was saying more popular. Yeah,
I'm curious.
Same thing.
Am I the first piss porn person on the show?
No, you're like 5th, 6th.
The 5th or 6th?
No, of course you're the only.
Of course you're the only piss
Kyle's
porn.
here every night.
Well, that's fun.
I think you guys had Arya on when I wasn't here or something. I don't know if I was locked up.
I don't think
otherwise.
she was a pee porn person, and that was like 9 years ago.
It was 9 years ago. Yeah.
May have been 10 years ago. Like genuinely.
Vor is hilarious though. Like we've looked pretty deeply into Vor before. The idea of being consumed usually by a sexy large woman, and the animation is just upsetting. Although it's clear that Attack on Titan, whoever come up with that whole idea, has a Vor fetish. There's no way. Like, you've never seen Attack on Titan, Taylor?
No, I know it's an anime. I know it's an anime.
It's an anime about defending the last city against gigantic, like human-looking monsters. I mean, gigantic, like skyscraper size sometimes, who just eat you. And they've got these like dead looks and these big chompers, and it's Vor. It's Vor is very odd to me. I don't understand how you get there. Like, there's baby steps to everything. Like spanking could start as some light tap, and then it could end up being like canes and whips and such. I get the progression. There's a clear path.
Mm-hmm.
If Vor is step 5? What was step 4, 3, 2, and 1?
Yeah, like how do you? I see what you mean. Like, what's the initial like? Ooh, I like this about being eaten, because being eaten.
He says feeders and stuffers are in a similar like cast and crew, with maybe just eating things and food.
What is a stuffer
in general?
Is that just
I don't know what
is that just the person being fed?
Or the stuffer is the person feeding, right? No.
Well, then who's the feeder?
Oh, the stuffer, I guess, is the receptive.
The feeder is the stuffer.
Okay. That one's weird to me. I've seen those Reddit posts where people will be like, I just realized that my fiance is a feeder and he's been fattening me up and I don't know what to do. And like, it's like, I'm glad my life's simpler than that. That's fuck.
Yeah.
I am not that. I don't want to be fat.
No one wants to be fat.
Be bad for business.
No one does.
When you're like, you're very into art and all of that. And so how many takes does it take you when you're pretending to be a big giant cannibal to get one that you're like, fucking nailed it?
It takes a few photos. Like if I'll be like, okay, this angle isn't necessarily right. Maybe this angle, maybe I do something more dramatic, like I'm looming over the camera, so I like giant, and then I'll be like, okay, this is a nice camera photo. I also make sure to do plenty of lots of lights. I'm a really big fan of lighting in not just the Vor stuff, but just in all the porn that I make is a heavy emphasis on lighting, because I'm an artist and just love the colors, and colors are so important. So like the Vor stuff has great lighting. Like I make sure to emphasize the lighting. Like maybe if there's like a lot of behind me lighting, or maybe there's a lot of lighting surrounding me, but like there's heavy shadow on my face, and so I look more looming and more intimidating. And then it's like, okay, here's a good artistic shot. And then like the next shot, if I'm picking up the camera and I'm like, okay, I got to make sure there's a lot of good light on my face. Like none of the light is being obstructed by my phone. I just pick it up and then just like make sure there's no shadows on my face, no harsh shadows. And I feel a good lighting also establishes like the mood too of the scene. If I'm doing something blue, it's like maybe it's a colder environment, or something warm. It's like, oh, it's a nice warm environment. But there's also if I do some red lighting, it's like, oh, this person's in danger. This person is in heavy danger. And if this person specifically wants me to signify that they're in danger, then I'll use some red lighting.
I hope your fans appreciate this. I wonder if it's lost on them.
I don't know. A lot of people really like the colors.
So, you know.
What'd you say, Taylor?
I said their fans are jacking off to it. And so they probably appreciate it without internalizing the level of care.
Yeah, right. They know it's good. They just don't know why.
I mean, that's some Scorsese stuff. No, all jokes aside, right? Like you got when they're burying the body after they beat the guy to death, the maid guy, and they're disposing of the body. Everything's cast in that red light, let you know this is it. This is what this is. They are sinister. In danger.
Who made Tenet?
They've made the mistake. That's it. They're done.
Who made Tenet?
Christopher Nolan.
He did Colors too, right? I might be mixing this up, but all the forward in time scenes are blue and all the reverse time scenes are red, or I have that backwards. But it's
they use little all sorts of red and blue like little hints here and there, like the carabiner on the jacket or something, or his backpack or his keychain or something. There's little hints as you're going through of that. Tenet is needlessly complex, and I saw it the one time. I was very impressed. It was cool.
It's fine.
I'm never going to watch that again. It was fine. Yeah.
What's the strangest thing you've ever been asked to pee on?
Probably just I haven't done any piss customs, but I think the strangest thing I've pissed on has to be like a log. Probably, yeah.
Oh, just in the woods.
I mean, I've
just
done
a
that.
log. Yeah.
I think we've all pissed on logs.
I made no money from it.
I mean,
they've been paid.
I definitely got to meet the other pissers. There isn't a good piss porn community gathering anywhere that I know of. So
are there any like real ghouls who are like, I want to see the video of you wolfing asparagus and coffee down before you pee?
I'll probably get those sometime. I think probably the most weird piss request was somebody wanted me to piss in some blue jeans, like as like a desperation thing.
Hey, that's not weird at all.
Yeah, that's super common. That's like the main one.
Yeah.
So they just wanted you to sit down and be like, "Oh no,
lots of cool people are into that."
Or like in public too. They wanted me to do that in like public with people around.
Yeah, I mean,
absolutely. Of course. Yeah.
Would you do that? I'm actually curious.
Can we access that somewhere?
A public pee? Are you too shy for that?
You gotta go. No. You gotta go.
No.
Yeah.
Woody, do you want to like pool our funds here? And
I think it would take $5 each, from what I've gathered. It's not
that's what I'm looking at here.
My
you guys
favorite.
Can just link me. I'll steal the content.
My favorite.
Don't do that.
Yeah.
No, we wouldn't do that. Never.
My favorite type is like a long car drive. Then I'm like on the side of the road. It's like, ooh, someone could see me. Ooh. And it's like right next to my car or something. And there's like people passing by while like I take a leak on the side of the road. And then people are like really into that. I'm like, oh my goodness, this is so hot. Holy shit.
And when you do that, you can't post it. Like it has to be you don't share customs, right? You make it for one guy and no one else gets it.
Yeah, I don't share customs. I don't even take customs, just how busy that I am. But I do take requests, and then I will do them eventually. But I don't take customs right now. I'm so busy.
So you get way more customs on the normal page with giants and teachers, and the piss one is more of like more of a specialist, more of a connoisseur.
Yeah, but I'm always down for requests, because people come to me like, oh, here's an idea, can you do this? I'm like, oh, I would never have thought of this. Actually, this is a really good idea. I'll definitely do this.
Oh, I believe your audience has many ideas you've never even thought of.
Yeah, and I'm like, okay, that's cool. Yeah, sure, I'll do this just for you. Like,
does your boyfriend get jealous of you making content?
No.
Does he get jealous at all?
No.
Okay.
He doesn't. No, he's like,
well, he probably has to participate in it for like, sex stuff, right?
Yeah, I do like blowjob videos with him, which is why I want the lock and load, so I can get more bigger facials.
We're in the wheelhouse.
And we've done a couple of sex tapes. The only reason why we haven't been making more is because I got to get my IUD replaced. I'm just waiting on that. But once I get my IUD replaced, a lot more sex tapes coming. And also, he's fat too, so he wants to get fit for the sex tape.
You got to get him linked up with Mary.
We got the hookup for you guys.
Every sponsor here can help out. You guys can be stoned. He can be coming a lot. He can be fit. We can get him nice and jacked.
Yeah.
We can get him
yeah.
jacked and coming like a horse.
How fat is he? Like an easy to fix level of fat?
Easy to fix level of fat.
Okay, so not like
he's
like
not morbidly obese. He's not like spilling everywhere. So
right. He just needs to get
he's self-contained fat. He just needs chiseling.
Yeah, needs to get in the weight room, start lifting.
Yeah, it's that level.
Yeah, he's got to be doing that. If you guys are in this endeavor together, that's a professional dedication thing.
He is a product. He needs to be buffed and shined, ready for the shelf.
100%.
Yeah. And I'm trying to get more buff and lean myself because it's a product. I view myself, it's like my body's the product, so I gotta be looking snazzy.
Yeah,
for sure.
Lean, pristine for the peoples out there. Make high quality stuff. I've actually the thing that I'm doing right now, cosplay masturbations. It's fun. Super fun.
So you're like masturbating dressed as Snow White or something?
Actually, yeah, I do have one of those. Most recent Supergirl and Rogue from X-Men. Velma, Scarlet Witch. I have so many cosplays that I got to do masturbation tapes in.
Yeah, Velma.
Velma is a hit.
One. Yeah,
that one's a hit.
That one's a hit.
And also the Rogue one too. Velma and Rogue are both hits. Oh, I have a Scooby-Doo one too, where I'm a Scooby-Doo.
You could pull off that.
Girl.
Is it Gwen, the female Spider-Man in the new Spider Universe thing?
Yeah,
the animated
Gwen
one.
Stacy.
Yeah. You could be her.
Yeah, I mean, I was looking at all the cosplays of like Spider-Gwen, and they're not sexy ever. They're not sexy
really?
at all. And it's like, how the fuck would I do this? I mean, I have a Gwen mask that I could probably do it in, but like nothing like the bodysuit. I'm still looking for cosplays that I can do like sexy masturbations in, because it's just, they're so hard to find. They're always just like one piece bodysuits to take it on, keep it on, take it off. All right, well, there's no part of me that looks like Gwen now if I take off the one piece.
Right.
Well, you probably use a lot of wigs and stuff, right?
Yeah,
You need someone who has a lot of accessories, like fucking Jessie from Toy Story.
Yeah, that's a really good idea.
There's a snake in my coot.
It's a really fun idea.
That's pretty fun. You got to use that line.
There's a snake in my cunt.
Yeah. So that would work out. Yeah, Jessie from Toy Story. You start doing. You're just one of the penguins from Happy Feet.
I'm trying to get someone else who has tons of accessories. Like when you take your clothes off, you still have like the holster and a hat. And
now you want to do a whole Frozen thing because you kind of look like her, but you want to like fuck the snowman. I want to get that carrot.
Oh, you know what? I've seen porn of that.
Yeah.
I've seen a porn of a chick fucking a snowman, and that has to be one of my favorite porns ever.
I want to like cut to the snowman. And he's got like just a smug look on his face. And you grab the nose and she bangs herself with it. And when she sticks it back, he's real happy.
Do you guys got any ice porn ideas?
Ice porn? Like
ice cubes, or I want to do ice cubes, but those are a little bit too obvious.
No, you need to get one of the, so they make these things for cocktails where you can make these big ice spheres. Oh, so you want to insert those spheres into your vagina. Ooh. And then put your clothes on and go out, and it's going to continuously melt and leak. And so the longer you're out there melting, the wetter your pants are getting. So you're going to need a cooler to keep this in the car because you're going to want to pop it in and then head into the store.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah. You think she needs like a whiskey ice cube tray?
Exactly that. Yes. Okay. Then it's round and smooth. You don't want to use those like half moons. You don't need that.
No, you're using half moons.
You got a big handful of that like stuff from Zaxby's that
the crushed ice. Yeah,
the crushed ice. Kind of mush it in. That won't work either. That would be my take.
Writing some ideas down.
Yeah, get some ideas.
It really took a turn in the third hour, didn't it?
It did, but that's all right.
Right into the piss play.
We're learning about piss play. We're learning about cosplay. I don't know anything about
all the plays.
I didn't know anything about the cosplay community, but I guess the biggest ones are Velma and what was the other one you said?
Scooby-Doo, Rogue.
Oh, you're the dog?
Yeah. Like there's so there's this
I'm
dress
seeing a
from
pattern
Spirit
here.
Halloween. There's this dress from Spirit Halloween. There's a Scooby-Doo dress that I did a masturbation tape in, and it was also a hit too. People liked that one.
All right.
Dog girls are pretty fun.
Is there anything that would be too, like, where you'd feel too silly masturbating in that outfit? Like a request you've gotten where you're like, well, no, that's absurd. I'm not going to dress up as Winston Churchill.
I have not gotten a request. I have not gotten requests like that where I'm like, no, I don't want to do that. That's too weird. I have not really gotten anything like that. I'm pretty open-minded.
Yeah,
the cosplays have to fit in with the movie reviews that I'm doing. That's like the only barrier that I have. So any cosplays from a movie, then I'll definitely
Did you do the new Star Wars movies yet? Did you say, we talked about Star Wars earlier. Did you see the latest 3?
Yeah, I saw the latest 3. Actually, you know what? I'm glad you went back on this topic because the first time I saw Star Wars was when I was 15, right before The Force Awakens was about to come out. And so I was like, I've never seen Star Wars. New Star Wars are coming out. Okay, I got to type in Star Wars watch order. The Star Wars watch order I was given was 4, 5, 2, 3, 6. And so I watched it in that order. And then eventually watched one later because this watch list order was like, oh, fuck number 1. You don't need to watch it. But I did watch it anyway. And then after seeing all of Star Wars with just being 15, and then I watched The Force Awakens like 3 times because when it first came out, all of my teachers were freaking the fuck out. They're like, oh my goodness, it's Star Wars again. We got to watch Star Wars. It's time to watch The Force Awakens in class. So like I had 3 different teachers show me The Force Awakens in class.
What sort of nonsense school is this? You were watching Star Wars 3 times.
A long movie.
Her classmates write 2-page things with no punctuation.
They didn't have nothing to do that week.
It was really close to winter break, and so I had finished. I think we finished all of our work for before going to winter break. So this guy was like, "Oh well, we're just going to watch Star Wars. It's cool. I'm such a big fan of this Star Wars." I'm like, I get it. Okay, there was a soccer ball droid over here. Cool, BB-8. Cool guy.
I brought up the Star Wars thing because Rey would work. She has that like flowy toga thing going on, and the stick. Like you can show off the goods and still be in character.
Yeah,
Kyle, you weren't here before, but a lot of bodysuit cosplay ideas where once the going gets good, you're not even that person anymore because you take the bodysuit off and it's gone.
Yeah, it's fair.
Yeah.
But Rey's got accessories.
I have a Leia. I have a Leia dress from the first movie. That I have not done a masturbation in, but yet, as of this recording, I'm likely to do these within the next few weeks. But I have done a piss video as Leia, which is fun.
What'd you pee on as Leia?
It was just outside.
I bet you get Boogie to dress up as Jabba the Hutt and piss on him.
Oh my goodness, that's funny.
You probably could.
Mika, piss on me.
Oh, you know what?
Follow me like
that's the collab we all need to see.
I really want to get Slave Leia. Like a lot of people have requested me to be Slave Leia.
Yeah, that seems like a layup, right?
You know what? I thought of that and I was like, I'm not going to be such a fucking casual. I won't even say it.
I won't even bring it up. I don't want to embarrass myself.
I don't want her to think I'm some sort of smooth-brained cosplay fan.
All right. Well, if you watch Lord of the Rings, it's not going to help you. There's 2 female characters.
Yeah, they don't talk much.
And they don't talk much, and neither of them are hot. I don't think any Lord of the Rings fans
one wears the helmet. Like you could still be dressed while naked. Just
I think Liv Tyler's pretty hot.
No, she's got her dad's mouth, and it's all weird.
Some people super dig her.
I didn't like her. I remember watching Lord of the Rings as like a 10-year-old in 2001 when the first one came out around there, and being like, "Why the hell is Aragorn into this elf bitch?" Like there's got to be like Aragorn. You're king of the castle here. You're a Dunedain. You're a big deal, and you're gonna be with this with
oh, you know what
Tyler's
it is?
daughter.
It's like when you see a black guy with a really ugly white chick. He's got an elf.
He's got an elf. What does that mean?
Well, he's a human, but he's gotten himself an elf.
Oh, yeah, fair. Okay.
Yeah, so a bottom shelf elf is still an elf.
You might be right. Yeah.
She's like immortal.
Yeah,
they're magical power. She told a spell halfway through the movie and made a river wash away demons.
Yeah, but that wasn't even her that did that in the books, bro. It was Glorfindel who did that.
I don't know anything about Glorfindel.
Who is Glorfindel?
He wasn't in the movies. He was the actual character in the books who grabbed Frodo and got him to Rivendell. They used Arwen instead in the movies because introducing a new elven warrior named Glorfindel would have been too much, I think.
You can tell Tolkien was just, when he got to naming the elves, I think you've said this before, but he just rhymes all the goddamn names. He's like Pinky and Winky and Dinky and Slinky and Minky.
Oh, yeah.
How can you tell the difference if they're all rhyming?
No,
yeah, you can't really. And well, it's the dwarves that he just got to rhyming.
That's what I mean. Yeah,
like Gimli and Gloin and Groin and Froin and Frain and Train and Thrain. Those are all real. Those are all real. All of those except for one was real. Yeah,
I don't know which.
Yeah, it's all silly. So yeah, watch Lord of the Rings. Maybe that'll inspire you.
I think Liv Tyler's hot. Like from Armageddon, Liv Tyler when they're going to blow up that. God damn you.
God damn you.
Woody,
good fucking movie.
I don't think I ever got your movie recommendation. What movie would you recommend me to review?
Oh shucks, a movie for you to review?
Yeah.
Kyle wants to help me, and I need help. Shit, what have I watched lately that's a good?
Tell her The Fifth Element, because then she can wear that bandage thing, and she gets a good Bruce Willis movie. With
Holy
Chris Tucker.
Just ask Kyle twice. Clearly, this is the way to go.
All right, Kyle, more movie recommendations. The Fifth Element.
The Fifth Element. Yeah. That's a very good movie. You got Gary Oldman as the bad guy. You got Chris Tucker as the comic relief. You've got our boy Bruce Willis as the lead. You got Mila Jovovich as the sexiest fuck, like secret weapon, Fifth Element, magical superior being. You get to go to this like crazy opera show performed by a blue bitch with like crazy hair. Wow. It's a wild ride. It's its own universe. They made a whole universe. It's like nothing you've ever seen before. Exactly. It's futuristic and it feels lived in. Like there's a part where Bruce Willis smokes a cigarette, but in the future, the cigarette's mostly butt and it's like the reverse of a regular cigarette where it's a little butt and a lot of tobacco. But in the future, it's a super healthy bitch. So it's all filter and a little tobacco on there. Good movie. Mila Jovovich, though, wears this. It's like bandages. It's like horizontal bandages around her body and like with two vertical strips, maybe. And that's it. The whole movie, more or less.
I've got a thing. You could do Mean Girls. And the cosplay to act like them is super easy. They wear just schoolgirl clothes.
I actually have done Mean Girls, and I think I wore pink in that review because
makes sense.
I reviewed it on a Wednesday. There's Mean Girls 2, though. Have you guys seen Mean Girls 2?
Oh, you could do Barbie, and then you could do a whole Vor thing where you've got Ken. You got the fucking Ken doll, and you're like, you're not cutting it, Ken. This is Barbie's world. I'm a Barbie girl in a Barbie world, and you bite its fucking head off.
Damn, I should have done that for my Barbie
like magic.
review.
You can always go back,
and then it's just a montage of you stomping on stuff. Let's go Barbie, let's go party. But it's like looking up at you, just like stomp all over the camera.
Have you seen the Barbie movie, Kyle? Or are you just remembering this from
no
commercials? Okay,
none of the above. Like you haven't heard this on the radio
Instinct yet? Mint?
What'd you say?
Have you done Basic Instinct?
I don't think I have. No.
Yeah, that's Sharon Stone.
Actually, a good movie that you would very much enjoy, and the fucking porn writes itself.
That's the only scene of that movie I've seen.
Yeah, Newman.
The porn scene?
Yeah, is the like her crossing her legs and her vagina.
The deal is she is a writer and she wrote a book about murdering about a woman who murders her lover while they're having sex and gets away with it. And then she, in real life, murders her lover during sex with an ice pick. Or did she? That's the mystery. And she's being interviewed by this detective, and she's smoking hot. She's wearing this like sleeveless white dress that's very tight, and she's cool, calm, and collected, smoking a cigarette in the government building. They're like, "You can't smoke. What are you gonna do? arrest me. She lights that bitch up. And the fat guy from Seinfeld, Newman, is the one interviewing her, and he's sweating bullets because she's so fucking hot, I guess.
Oh,
and
wow.
she uncrosses and then recrosses her legs and flashes her vagina. Like just her shaved vagina is in shot for half a second, and everybody in the room is like, we just saw her vagina, but she knows they just saw her vagina, and it's a very like it's a power play. It's like it's a fun moment.
It's a good movie. She plays an over-the-top super genius who's just always the smartest person in every conversation. And then there's Kurt Russell. Is that the other guy? Douglas.
It's Michael Douglas.
Michael Douglas. Thank you. And he's almost as smart as she is, and he's trying to catch her. And it's a really
smarter.
It is both written for the porn scene and an actual movie you'd enjoy.
She's so hot that Michael Douglas is like 90% sure that this bitch likes to fuck and kill people during sex. Like while she comes, she likes to kill a man. He's 90% sure, but she wants to fuck him. So he's fucking her in the bed.
Worth it.
And she's like trying to tie him up and stuff. And he's just like, worth it. He's going along with it, like not knowing if she's going to kill him. It's almost becomes a rush for him now because he realizes she might kill me, but it might be worth it. Kind of. It's just crazy.
Basic Instinct. I think you'll really like the movie. And like I said, you'll totally know how to run with it.
Have you seen The Brown Bunny? That has a real blowjob scene in it.
I've only seen that scene.
No, I have not seen The Brown Bunny.
Yeah.
Okay. It's the only part that's worth the movie.
What's that actress's name? It's a weird name.
Vincent Gallo? That's the guy who wrote it.
No, the girl who's sucking the dick.
Oh.
I heard her interviewed about it. I'm sure Zach's looking up her name. Apparently the male actor is her ex-boyfriend.
Oh.
And she had this thought process where she's like, this doesn't even change my body count. Like, I'll just suck his dick again. I've done it before. And that was...
yeah.
Have you ever seen, let me suck this guy's dick.
Have you seen Nymphomaniac? It's got like a ton of A-list actors, and there's full penetrative sex where they bring in porn stars and like fake cocks for that. But it's like I'm pretty sure Shia LaBeouf comes on camera, so there's no faking that. Shia LaBeouf is a real actor. All right. Remember when he cut he like scratched his face up and didn't take a shower for Fury? He nutted in Nymphomaniac. Like, he didn't give a fuck. I've only seen it once, and it's a little blurry, but I just remember being like, Jesus, there's a lot of dicks in this.
Have you seen 9 Songs?
No, I haven't.
Probably certain parts of it.
Dude, 9 Songs is maybe the sexiest movie I've ever seen. I don't know if there's full penetrative sex, but there's no getting around the fact that his tongue is in that cooter. And like it was on Netflix for a while, which like got a lot of attention. Like, oh my God, there's fucking literal porn on Netflix.
There's a cooter on the Netflix, honey.
I couldn't tell you what that show was about, but you don't need to know because like from sex scene to sex scene never takes more than 10 minutes or so.
All right.
That sounds sexy.
There's sexy. A subreddit for that. It's called The Extra Mile. If anybody's curious, it's nothing but clips from movies, films where people are having real unsimulated sex.
Huh. I would think more movies would fake the sex scenes.
They're going.
I think most of them do, right?
An Extra Mile gets fooled sometimes. Like what looks like a real sex scene is a dildo.
So the classic one is Monsters Ball, I think. Halle Berry and what's our boy's name? Fucking
Billy Bob.
He liked them French fried potatoes. Billy Bob Thornton. I had to do that to get there. Billy Bob Thornton is almost certainly fucking Halle Berry in that scene. You see like his balls smacking and sticking to her, and it's just like, I think y'all are fucking.
Yeah. Everyone thinks they had sex there.
Yeah, and they're both like actors.
Good for Billy Bob.
Billy Bob was with what's her fucking name?
Angelina Jolie.
Angelina Jolie for years and years. Like Billy Bob must have something going on. Right? Like what kind of charisma does Billy Bob?
She saw him in Bad Santa and was like, I need this guy. He's so funny. That.
Oh. Like I
Bad
don't know
Santa's one of the best movies ever. I love Bad Santa.
Yeah, if you watch the I don't know if it's the unrated or extended cut, it's a much darker film. It's less comedic and much more sad.
I don't want that. I already get sad enough when you see that poor fat dejected loner kid like when Billy Bob like doesn't fully embrace him at times and is kind of like, get the hell out of here, you weirdo.
Want a sandwich?
I'm always like,
I don't want a fucking sandwich.
Come on. Like,
what is it with you and making fucking sandwiches?
Be there for the little fat kid because he needs you. You're his only friend, Billy Bob, and you haven't realized you're his only friend yet.
I beat the shit out of some kids today. Made me feel good.
Yeah.
One fucked up individual. It's like fucking great. I love that movie. It's dark as shit.
I like the black midget character. He's
love
good.
the black midget and his
funny.
Korean wife. She's sick too. She's like going around all snooty, picking out the shit to steal. That's a great film. And John Ritter, rest his soul. Amazing actor. He was always good in everything he did. He's like the manager that Bernie Mac's go into, and he's telling him about the ass fucking and the big and tall section and everything. It's just
oh wow.
Do you have any movie recommendations for us? Any content recommendations that we could check out?
Oh boy. I got, let's see, a few. Let me go through my list actually.
Poultrygeist.
Yeah, I
do not recommend Poultrygeist. That's not a movie I recommend. Okay, you know what's a really good movie? I really liked, what is it called? It's like, I'm really getting to Korean films. So I really like Okja. Train to Busan's also a really good movie. Okja, there's also Bullet Train. Very fun.
What is that? Is that like another Korean horror?
That one is not a Korean horror. I think it's I don't know actually who it is, but I do know it takes place on a train, and we got a bunch of assassins on a train. It's actually from the creator of Nobody.
Snowpiercer?
And also Better Call Saul.
I liked Better Call Saul.
Oh, Bob Odenkirk.
Yeah. Bullet Train is pretty fun and it's pretty epic. It's a very fun movie, very fast paced, and it's very I would say, I don't know if very anime and also comic book, based on the title cards that show up every time there's like a character introduction, or like it'll show their name, and it's like stylized. It's pretty cool, and each character is like really cool.
I have here's my number one recommendation for you. You've gone on and on about art and color. Mandy.
Yeah.
Mandy has these colorscapes. Every time we shift to a new color, new stuff is going on. And the basic plot of Mandy is Nicolas Cage is on a drug-fueled revenge fest against evil. And along the way, he's abusing cocaine and like some sort of experimental LSD. So his perceptions are altered, and so you'll have these dark reds and blues and greens, and I love it. I haven't seen it in a while. I'm waiting until the next time I do acid to watch it. Like I really want to do it on acid, just because of those colors. And it's a movie about acid. Like the evil characters in this movie, their backstory is they were like murderous outlaw bikers who did LSD, and their drug supplier like made a special batch to poison them because he wanted to like kill them, but it just mutated them into these like crazed, like even scarier versions where they've like self-mutilated quite a bit, and it's but Nick Cage actually does a good job. You know, most of his movies are crap these days, to be honest, but I love Mandy.
I'll definitely have to check that out. Have you seen Hobo with a Shotgun?
Yes.
Yeah.
That's such a cool movie. I really like when the hobo, like, he I don't know if it's called a heel turn, when he turns from being meek to being a super badass guy and just like starts shooting everyone with the shotgun. That was pretty freaking sweet, and I really like the colors in that movie a lot. It's also a movie I recommend anyone.
I liked how many times during Hobo with the Shotgun, people, even after he got serious with his shotgun, would be like, what are you planning to do? What are you fixing to do with that there shotgun? You gonna kill me in front of my sons here? And then he just shoots him. And then like that happened like 4 times prior, where someone would be like, he's too much of a bitch. He ain't gonna shoot us. And then he just blow their head off. And then they had to relearn that lesson over and over. And he was serious about his shotgun.
To shift the conversation a little bit, I'm on my police video kick again. I can't tell you how many people, when the cops point a gun at them and tell them to get on the ground, their response is, What I do? I didn't do nothing. The idea of questioning them when they've got their a gun pointed at you is so foreign to me.
Dude, I'm getting on the ground. I'm screaming back the blue. Like,
that blue line. Everyone abort your eyes. Let them do what they want.
I certainly don't do what I see some people do, which is decide that it's like a dance off at that point, and they start, jumping around, erratically moving. It's like, no, that's
how you get shot.
That's how you get.
I like to show them how quickly I can produce my ID.
Yeah. Yeah.
It impresses them. Impressed.
Yeah. How quickly you can reach.
Remember that guy in South Carolina got killed for that? They told him to get his ID, and he had a truck and with a bench seat. I think it was right in the middle of the bench seat. So he opened the driver's side door and sort of jumped in to reach past where he sits to get his ID, and they murdered him.
Yeah.
And they murdered him.
Yeah. I see that.
Brutal.
Like that cheeseburger.
That's what I like about those videos. You get an unfiltered kind of thing. So I'll see cops be heroes and I'll see cops be criminals. I'll see the bad. Sometimes I'm like, man, this guy didn't even do anything that bad. Y'all should leave him the fuck alone. And then sometimes it's like, get him, hit him, stop listening to his bullshit. Fucking spray him, shoot him. I saw one where it was just a black granny who had pissed herself in the grocery store.
Aww.
Now she's like 57 and drunk as a skunk, but she pissed herself in the grocery store.
Grocery store, new setting for you, man.
Nothing weird so far.
Nice.
But the thing was, she'd made no effort to clean it up, and she continued to shop. And so they call the cops, and they walk up to her and like, ma'am, how's it going today? All right. Do you have a little accident over there in the aisle? I sure did. I had to go, and I couldn't find the restroom. And she's like, I'm old. I'm 57 years old.
It's not that old.
What is phrase here?
I was like,
57 is not piss yourself age. No.
It depends how many kids you've had, I guess. But they locked her up, and I was kind of feeling like, man, what? Her granddaughter's with her. It's like, let that lady go. Like she didn't maliciously piss your floor. She's just a shitty drunk person.
Did she drive her granddaughter there? That to me.
You're right. Yeah, she's got to go.
Oh, she was drunk. I thought you meant
that's why she pissed herself.
I thought you meant she was just so incontinent she just started pissing in the fruit section and was like, whatever, this is what we're doing now.
Basically,
but you can't let somebody walk around food pissing, and that's gross.
Yeah, you can't.
Well, it depends who it is.
No, it doesn't.
It does. Yeah, no, it matters. It's really all about how hot she is.
The meat section, everything's sealed up, Taylor. What's your problem?
No, you guys sold me right away. You don't want someone who looks like me pissing in the meat section. I get arrested right away.
No, you don't get to piss anywhere but a bathroom. And
I couldn't find. I'm being dragged out. I couldn't find the bathroom. Being arrested.
Fucking pervert.
Nobody takes my side in that situation.
No, you know what? I'm okay.
Himself indignantly.
I'm okay with that because I see oftentimes in porn, like there'll be a chick masturbating in a car, like in a parking lot, and you can see people behind her and stuff. And it's like, that's okay. But the opposite is not okay for some reason. If there's a dude jerking it in a car in a parking lot, like we need to get this guy and lock him up right away.
We got to shut that down. That's a deviant. Yeah. That's a danger to all of us. Whoa, this is not how the parking garage at O'Hare is meant to be used, sir.
That's step one to being fucking Jared Fogle or whatever. You're on your way.
I have it on good authority. He's a great guy. Misunderstood.
I've heard that. I've heard many people. I
mean, we had a friend, a guest on the show who was Jared Fogle's good friend, best friend growing up. Do you know Jared Fogle, the Subway pedophile dude?
Yeah, I didn't know his last name was Fogle, but I did know his first name was Jared.
Yeah. So we thought of him as a car guy. We didn't know that he grew up as Jared's best friend, and he just told us what he was like, and
he called the victims
didn't talk about
ladies
cars at all
of the
that
night.
Episode.
He called the victims, by the way, they're like 14, 15-year-old, like Midwestern looking girls, like not girls who are like, on social media pushing themselves or anything. These are like little 14, 15-year-old frumpy girls, Sarah Plain and Tall. And our guest was like, yeah, those ladies of the night, they took money. They took money.
They were, he
I
felt
remember
like
that
because they were paid that it,
I remember
everybody's dirty in this situation.
He was like, you know, well, you know, he got taken advantage of by those whores. It's like
I was gonna say something, but I felt like I had been shitty to like 3 guests in a row, and it was one of y'all's turn to stand up to him. I called out the guy who had gotten fake stabbed. I called out the guy who abandoned his children with the murderous wife. Like it was.
I do remember. I didn't let the Fogel stuff stand. I'm like, no, he touched those, he diddled those girls.
Well, we all know he did that, but our boy
was fucking those 14-year-olds and then following it up with a foot-long sweet onion chicken teriyaki.
That's the worst sandwich.
That's what he was doing, man.
Well, I think he had a card that would give you free anything at Subway that he'd flex to the girls. He'd be like, I can get you all the macadamia cookies you want, ladies.
Dude, if I was like good friends with someone who's like, dude, I got a Subway black card. My uncle works there at corporate. I get free Subway no matter what. I'd be like, that's great. You can brag about it more on the way to Chipotle. Like, I'm not going to fucking Subway sucks. It's not
Subway's
good.
Okay. I'd rather have like Jimmy John's or Firehouse.
The macadamia cookies.
Jimmy John's.
I'm over here calculating how many cookies I need to suck a dick, and Taylor's going to Chipotle.
Okay, fine. If we go to Chipotle, I get a nice bowl, and then we pop by Subway, and we absolutely clear out the white chocolate macadamia nut cookies. I'm fine with that. They go in and they're like, "What do you want on your sandwich, sir?" And I'm like, "I want every white chocolate macadamia nut cookie that you have." And they're like, "Oh, interesting. This was the last batch. Now we're going to have to make a new batch today." And then they're going to expect money.
Bullshit. You're not baking things back there. Go get them out of the box.
Go get these. They're pretty good cookies. I've slipped up and gotten a cookie at Subway, maybe. And they're pretty fun.
I've gotten a few cookies at Subway. The white chocolate one, the brown cookie with the white chocolate chips. That's my favorite. Although, you know what has the best cookies, but is also frozen cookies? Jimmy John's. Jimmy John's does not bake their cookies for shit. It's in the freezer in the back, and I know this because I used to work at a Jimmy John's. You grab
dropping the Jimmy John's tea.
Yeah.
You got First of all, they're new. They have like really gross like wraps now because Arby's bought them, and so now they're just a fast food restaurant with a bunch of different random options, including this wrap. I mean, the chicken bacon ranch wrap is decent, but it sucks on just some French bread. You oh man, you said you liked Jimmy John's.
Yeah, I like all those sandwich places, like the better sandwich places that are more on like a Chipotle level, like a little bit better than Subway.
Yeah, what's your favorite sandwich though?
I usually get like a club sub, like bacon, ham, and turkey. I don't want any one of the. If I can have whatever I want, I'm getting like a club sub.
Yeah, I never go to Jimmy John's. Their bread is too hard.
I'm getting pepperoncinis on there, getting olives on there.
All the bread I've had from Jimmy John's tastes old. Maybe I've
ever been to Jimmy John's.
Oh,
Firehouse subs is good too. I like Schlotzsky's back in the day. The Schlotzsky's like classic ham sandwich or whatever it was had this olive paste that was just really delicious.
To die for.
To die for.
Oh man, what's the best?
I'm so hungry. I haven't eaten. I've been sick like for a couple days now, and so I haven't eaten today. I'm starving.
You're gonna feast after this?
What's the best restaurant?
What's the best sandwich restaurant in your guys' opinion?
Probably Firehouse or Jimmy John's. Jimmy John's. I think it's Jimmy John's.
Insane. That's a ridiculous take. Firehouse is better. Firehouse. I'm trying to think of like national sandwich chains. Firehouse is better than Jimmy John's for sure. Fucking Blimpie is better than Jimmy John's.
Forgot about Blimpie. I was trying to.
Quiznos is better than Jimmy John's.
Oh, I haven't seen Quiznos in a long time.
I haven't either. I feel like Quiznos is on the out. I haven't seen one of those national in years.
But do you guys know what Wawa is?
Yeah.
It's like 7-Eleven. It's heavy in New Jersey, and they make better sandwiches than anyone we've mentioned so far.
Yeah, New Jersey, Philly, Virginia. It's all down the East Coast, actually, where Wawas are. I wish we had a Wawa here.
A grocery store that has good sandwiches is Publix. Publix has some good subs.
That bread hurts my gums.
Hurt your gums? I've only had good experiences at Publix.
It's like eating. It's like not even ciabatta. It's like a giant crouton. I'm eating it. And, you ever eat like Captain Crunch cereal and it like fucks your gums up behind?
No, I wasn't allowed to have sweet cereal as a kid.
Well, you're an adult man now.
Well,
so
our parents loved us, and I had Captain Crunch sometimes.
Go watch one of the 500 movies you missed out on. Have a bowl of Captain Crunch, and you'll be able to relate to me a little bit when I tell you that it fucks your gums up. And that's how Publix sandwich fucks my gums up, because it's that old fucking bread they sell me, no matter what I order. And I'm trusting some degenerate to figure out a sandwich that I'm not even there to supervise. I'd rather make my own sandwich.
If I'm getting fast food or if I'm getting fast food, the last thing I go to is a sandwich, because I have buying something from Subway or Jimmy John's or like anything analogous to that. I'm always thinking like I'm just like being lazy right now. I could just go to the grocery store and get better bread and get better meat and make a better sandwich on my own. I can't go and quickly make a double steak, double chicken burrito bowl. Like I can't just quickly go whip that up. So I may as well spend the same amount of money and get more meat. And you can get a good amount of meat from Chipotle, Qdoba, those places, if you play your cards right and if they have the incorrect number of workers up there. Because sometimes you get screwed where you go in like little after lunch where they're not that busy and the same guy is like, what do you want? And you're like, give me this meat, give me the brown rice or white rice, whatever you pick. And then if that same guy stays with you, you really have no option but to let him start to put the first scoop of chicken or beef in. And it's not until that first scoop is in that you go, actually, I want to double that, because then an anchor point has been set for what a scoop looks like. And then he'll hit you up with more. You never, ever,
it's grilled chicken.
Don't ever tell them you want double meat prior to the scoop of the first scoop of meat. Always act befuddled, like, oh.
In conjunction with that, Taylor, I always what you gotta get the bowl. You always get the bowl, and you get tortillas as a side, because you end up with way more. You end up with enough food to make your burrito, and then like have another taco or burrito or something. It's so much food in that bowl.
Yeah. Dude, you can,
or it used to be,
and then you get up to the front, and sometimes they have a totally different person working the register who's totally checked out as to what you just did, and then you can pull a fast one, and they're like, "What did you get?" And you're like, "Chicken bowl." You don't say double chicken. You don't say double steak. You don't say queso, and then you get like,
what if they catch you get
a $17 bowl for $12, and I walk out, like fucking Kaiser Sose.
Finally, he's seen a movie.
Yes. I walk out, I'm limping in the parking lot, and I slowly correct.
Straightening your tie
walking
fixing
pace.
your head cowlick.
That was an outstanding reference.
There is no better place to get your money's worth than Chipotle or Qdoba when they have too many people working the front.
I don't even know how to eat there.
Oh, they're good.
You go to Chipotle, there's some dude, he's asking you all these questions about what you want to eat. I'm like, I don't really know. All the meals have names that aren't in English. And I'm like, what the fuck is the difference between like this and that? And they're all just fucking piles of trash food.
Here's
and
how
wrappers, right?
Chipotle, because I feel like something has gone wrong for you. You order burrito, and they're going to say flour or wheat, and you're going to say flour.
I'm already stumped.
Well, you want a flour tortilla. You want to do the flour tortilla, otherwise it tastes like corn. I don't like corn tortilla. But okay. You just tell them what to put in it. They're going to say chicken or steak, and then it's up to you.
I can handle that one. I know.
Black beans, rice, cilantro. You just pick what you want on there. It's just like it's Subway, but burritos.
Well, now I don't know. Like, how many things are they going to add? Like, what do you want on here? Okay, how many things are we talking about? Do I get to have all of the things?
Yes.
Do I need to pick them four?
So I can help here. So the only thing that costs extra is guac, queso, and the meats that you put in the burrito, and they will add as you can say chicken, steak, and pork, and they'll just charge you like $4 or $5 extra for the extra pork and steak. But like rice and everything else is free. And if you want black beans and pinto beans, you get half and half. This is wild.
Oh yeah, no, this is not. I'm not even joking because it's weird to me. They'll be like, "Hey, do you want corn?" And I'm like, "I don't know. Am I using up one of my precious 3 choices, or can I just have it?"
No, it's such a streamlined process.
It's like Subway. You can have you can have tomatoes, onions, olives, and lettuce, or any combination. Pepperoncinis in there too, like oil and vinegar. Like it doesn't cost.
What's a peppercini?
There's little spicy peppers that are
pepper
in vinegar.
Balls. Yeah.
Usually sliced.
It's like a little banana pepper.
Is it something that grows out of the ground, or do they turn a pepper into a chini?
No, it's a pepper. It's
a pickle pepper.
It's a banana pepper that is in I guess
All right.
what is it?
They're mild.
Vinegar.
I know what a banana pepper is.
It's like a
What are
banana
those?
pepper in a vinegar mixture that makes it a little more mild, but they add some more spices and stuff in there, so it's very good.
Well, that's just bullshit. They made it mild and then spiced it back up.
Yeah,
That's just extra steps.
Anyway, you can throw. I get those on my sandwich every time. But yes, it's Chipotle is Subway, but with Mexican food.
except
So
with
the only
better.
thing that costs more money, just like Subway, is the meats.
Yeah, Chipotle,
Really?
Qdoba, those are both the exact same place as far as I'm concerned. They are infinitely better than Subway, Quiznos,
Moe's?
the sandwich shops.
Oh,
yeah,
I got a
Moe's.
Moe's.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Moe's
I don't
is
have a.
also-
I don't have.
So you're in
I don't
Trump
have-
territory. I wanted to talk to you about that. What's that like being in rural Kentucky? Maybe not fitting in exactly.
Where in Kentucky are you?
Actually, I'm
Well,
in
maybe
the
you don't
town
wanna
of the
say where
first.
then.
I'm in the town of the first KFC,
Ah,
Corbin, Kentucky.
Colonel-
The
no.
first KFC, best KFC in the world, because there's a bunch of tourists and they have to maintain their standards, and so the KFC there is bomb. It's
Do they
amazing.
have a buffet in that one?
They don't, but they do have a museum. They have an
Okay.
entire museum, and they have a couch. They have a couch in this KFC.
Oh shit!
It's epic. There's no Chipotle in this town, but there is a Moe's. I've never been to that Moe's because it's next to the interstate, and I wanted
I like
to go
Moe's
eat
because
there
they got a
once.
shtick. You go into Moe's, welcome to Moe's, and they all and it gets lazy over time, like as the day goes on. So then when you walk in, eventually everyone choruses together, Moe's.
Your
Like,
Moe's
really,
like welcomes you. I've never experienced that.
They have to. It's like that bank that owed Kramer the $20 for not saying like hello or whatever. Like when you walk into a Moe's, they yell at you, welcome to Moe's.
I didn't know that.
Everybody, not just one guy, like everybody together.
I've probably been half a dozen times, not in many years now, but they never sang at me.
That's
Mint,
Joe's.
said
You're
that-
at. That's a bootleg Moe's.
You
That's-
said
that's
you don't want to go to Moe's because it's close to the freeway.
That's not the reason. I want to go to Moe's. It's next to the freeway, and so it's kind of out of the way. But then, whenever I am going onto the freeway, it's like, well, there's other food in different towns. I'd rather go to somewhere else
Mhm.
than Moe's. But I do want to try Moe's. I've never
They're all the same.
been.
Yeah, it tastes
there.
pretty similar to Chipotle.
Okay.
It's about
I
the
think they
same.
get
know.
guac. I think maybe guac's included with the home wrecker burrito. I think that's
Ooh.
that's their only little spin, and they have queso that's pretty good. Gotta get something new.
Good queso is necessary. I gotta check out their queso.
Yeah, I love a good queso on the burrito.
Me too.
Yeah,
I
You
like
don't
to dip chips into the queso and eat them. It's like
Yeah.
nachos.
That's
my
pretty.
favorite.
That's pretty standard.
That is how you eat.
You mean you don't just pour it into little cups and drink it? Oh my god, I've been ruining my queso consumption.
I just chew up a bunch of chips and then pour the hot cheese right into my. But
Here
you're
I
telling
have.
me.
Here I've been burning my hands, reaching into the cup, scooping bits of cheese into my face. And
What's that? Have you seen that restaurant experience where they pour the like melted cheese all over the food and they're like doing it
fucking
from up
hate
above?
that. They should be in prison.
I saw a
I've never
clip where
seen
some
it.
hobo walking down the street, some filthy mongrel reaches mid pour and grabs himself a big old chunk of cheese and yanks
Ugh.
it clear of like their dinner. And the man who's sitting there in the foreground goes, oh, like a really gay, like surprise look, like, oh. It was the
steal
it
my
ruined
cheese.
their dinner. Like because they're pouring it on like a bunch of meat and vegetables. It looked like a
Yeah,
bunch
and now
of
you got homeless hand germs on the last tendrils of
That
cheese
dude-
falling on
they
your
don't
food.
watch. Mm-mm.
There's a specific place that I go to. There's a local taco shop that I go to weekly, though. Has the best queso, best fajitas nachos I've ever had. They have incredibly cheap tacos. It's $1.25 a taco.
Oh,
Pretty
It's
nice.
like,
solid.
yeah, and it's like, wow.
Is it Si Senor Mexico Bar and Grill or Santa Fe Mexican?
Si senor.
Get out of there, Woody.
I got super curious about Corbin, Kentucky. I've been deep diving since she mentioned the town name.
Yeah.
They had a race riot, and they rounded
Which one
up
do you want to
every-
Yeah,
piss
they did.
outside of, Woody?
They rounded up every black person in the town and shipped them out.
Yeah, that was like 1921
Like Federal
expulsion.
Express?
It was a train, I think. I had to read.
Yeah.
Oh, train's a bad look.
I didn't think of that.
Rounded all of them up and sent them out.
1919. Yeah. They just.
Oh, 1919.
They just literally.
What do they call that in Warhammer, Kyle? Where you not a Pyrrhic defeat. The decisive victory. Defeat. Yeah, decisive
victory.
Yeah.
Or I used to go to Harlan, Kentucky a lot, and I was like, how similar are these towns? I want to know.
Is Harlan sounds familiar. Something happened there. Is that Dukes of Hazzard? No, that's Hazard County.
That's Hazard
obviously.
County, yeah. There's a Brad Paisley song about Harlan, Kentucky, and maybe that rings a bell. But it's a coal mining town.
Would you rather have sex with a homeless person or a dolphin?
Don't they both rape?
Yes.
They do both rape.
That's a great answer.
Yeah.
Oh God.
And just to be clear, whichever one you pick, the other one watches.
Oh Jesus fuck. That's such a hard choice. I mean, my immediate answer is none of them, but that's not an answer.
Mm-hmm.
No.
A dolphin?
Yep, that's the correct answer. You've won. We're going to send you a 1 month supply of lock and load.
Oh, awesome! Yay!
I would pick the dolphin too, because the dolphin isn't going to tell anybody he raped me, and I can just kill the homeless guy afterward. No witnesses. I can just limp myself and make up a story about how I fell on some rebar at a construction site or something.
See, I go the other way. A bunch of my friends are homeless, and they're nice people.
A lot of your friends are homeless.
Not that kind of homeless, Woody. Not a van life.
You don't get to pick and choose what kind of homeless. They have no home.
No, gibbering
I
lunatic.
bet when he files his taxes, he writes some sort of like weird like van living exemption, right?
I'm super curious about that, actually.
You should ask him. It might be one of those things where he's like, shut up. Shut up. Yeah. Don't ask about how I filed my residency.
Remember Hank Hill? He was molested by a dolphin and he turned out just fine.
Every day of
one
the
of my
year.
homeless friends upgraded his home to a school bus.
He's not homeless. So not real.
Mint, let me ask you. It's great to have a young lady's perspective on such matters. Woody has some friends who are fairly well-to-do. You know, like they have money. They could have a real home if they wished, but they choose to do this van life thing that you might be familiar with, where they just kind of become homeless and live in a kind of pimped out van, but not really, and travel around the country, sort of living in Walmart parking lots and camping grounds and never really getting a good full shower. You know, it's just
they have gym memberships, Planet Fitness.
Oh, come on. Have you seen the shower at a gym?
I mean, you can also go to truck stops.
Prison's better.
Yeah, truck stops too.
Truck stops is the way. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah. I mean, that's fine.
Near one.
I would be so scared.
Does that seriously lower a guy's like sexual market value if he lives in a van?
No,
rephrase the question.
It depends on the confidence.
So the situation is going to be this. He has driven your van to a parking lot near you. Lucky you. And he's hitting you up on Tinder or something saying, "Hey, my name's fucking Chad. I'm a van life vagabond. I've been all over the country, and I'm lucky for you. I'm at Los Cuomo's Tacos over here, $1.25 each. And I'm having a few. Would you like to come bang in my van that I travel the world in?" There's no way I'm getting in that guy's van. I would be so scared to get into.
Like,
he's got.
You know what? One of them, he started with the double mattress, and then he found out he had far fewer partners than he hoped, and he's like, I could use the floor space. Well, who am I kidding?
It's scary. It's scary to like.
I don't want to hang out with another man in his van.
Yeah, I wouldn't want to be seen getting out of it, right? Like, imagine if like you're at the park with your buddies, you're throwing horseshoes, and you look up and like two dudes get out of the back of a Ford Aerostar all sweaty.
Yeah, that's gay as hell.
And they come over, they want to throw horseshoes too, but I ain't having it. And you're like, come on, Kyle, let them play. And I start dropping slurs.
Yeah,
you're missing the worst part of it. Like you check out the van, right? Because there's been upgrades, and he's the one I'm talking about. Super handy, very good craftsman, and just like I can't tell you, he's an artist type craftsman. I've seen him make a coffee table out of a propeller and an airplane
out of a person's skull. You'd be shocked. He takes human bones.
So his van is just perfection everywhere. It's perfect. It's so nicely done, and you go in there and you're like, wow, this is great, and then you realize it smells a little like a diaper, and they're like the chemical toilet hasn't been cleaned. It's in here somewhere. Ew.
That's gross.
Yeah.
That's gross.
That's It's van life, man.
Yeah, well, then I would rather stick with house life.
You know what it's like? It's like that Simpsons episode with Milhouse's dad and Homer, and he's like, "I've got a race car bed. Do you sleep in a race car bed?" And he's like, "No, I sleep in a big bed with my wife."
No, I sleep in a big bed with my wife.
And Milhouse's dad is like, "Shit, that's way better than
Homer,
a race car bed."
Check this out, Homer. Do you sleep in a race car bed? No, I sleep in a big bed with my wife.
That only happened once.
Isn't that kind of
spot on impression?
What Milhouse's dad sounds like? Where he's like, "What do you say, Luann? You want to get married again?" And then she's like, "No," and then he kicks him out of the house party.
She always had like a smoking hot boyfriend, though. It was like, I think maybe she was like dating McBain at one point. You know,
she was dating one of the American Gladiators. That was the lore.
Yeah,
they'd be like, "Wow, it's Axel."
It was Axel. It was something like that. It was like Torque or Rod or something. It wouldn't have been Rod though, because it's already a Rod. Yeah.
Oh, well, you guys.
Well, that's probably a wrap there. Mint, we really appreciate you coming on, hanging out with us for all 4 hours.
Fun.
Yeah,
you really made it interesting. I thought it was really fun that the way we learned more about you as the show went on. I'm glad we saved P for the 3rd hour. That was fun. That was fun. We'll put links to all of your P and non-related sites and such down below in the description. Thanks for coming on, though.
Yeah.
Well, thank you for having me.
Any other shout outs? Any other accounts you want to promote?
So I do daily movie reviews on youtube.com/ASC Presents every day at 7 p.m. ET. And then, I do the Clipiverse show, for Canon's Sake .live. That's just, if you're interested in drama specifically related to Eric July, it's like drama and hate and shit. If you're interested in that, we do that pretty much daily. And then if you're not interested in that, I do have my daily show. And also you can go check out my Fansly is my main spicy site. I got it in my Linktree link, tr.ee/Titsman Salad. It's on the screen. And what else do I have? I do movie review requests. If you want to request me to do a movie review, you can do that for $20 at patreon.com/ASC Presents. And also my Twitter, Autistic Boobs, twitter.com/Autistic Boobs.
All right. I just followed you. So there we go.
Hey, woohoo. Glad to get that follow.
Yeah. I don't think she stopped moving the whole 4 hours.
No. You know what? Don't tell people you're autistic. Tell them you're Italian. And then that worked out well. So yeah, check out all of Mint's stuff below. Thank you
so much the sponsors. Get yourself jacked, get yourself laid, impress the girls with your cum shots. PKA 682.